called his plays.
Yeah.
This was the first time we've seen the consistency. So I've been talking a lot about that today, and I've been talking about the comfort level of Bo Nix. I think the comfort level of Bo Nix was completely obvious and evident, and I know Dallas has a bad defense. But you know what you do against a bad defense that's hurt? You drop 40 points on them.
You beat them up.
Yeah, and that's what the Broncos did.
No, and you know what? What it's looked like is Sean has said, Uncle, I'm going to tailor this offense towards Bo Nix. What that
He's
means
finally saying Uncle.
He's saying, hey, look, if I can't beat him, join him. Let's try to figure out ways where he's going to feel comfortable with these type of plays. What's going to help him out? And this is where you saw a lot more RPO action, right? Run pass option where it's like you can hand the ball off or you can throw it. That's something that he was doing in Oregon all the time. Well, it's working. Bo Nix does seem like he's a lot more confident in the pocket. He's setting his feet. He's a lot more accurate, although that interception, which was on Bo, I had a lot of people.
I think it was on Bryant.
No.
He should have flattened his route.
Come on.
He should have flattened his route.
I mean, it was so off target.
Yeah, it was off target.
If you flatten your route, then it's where it needs to be.
Yeah,
But it's those two getting on the same page.
Yeah, I want to hear an explanation on that play specifically, because the instant reaction from Broncos country was, that's on Bryant. That's on Bryant.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, I'm not so sure. Tony Romo did that job playing quarterback for a long time and was,
it's timing.
He was
pretty
critical
critical.
on Bo.
Yeah. But I mean, goodness gracious, overall, I mean, Bo Nix was excellent.
Yeah.
Was that the best game he's ever played?
Yes.
4 quarters.
For the Broncos.
For the Broncos, definitely. I mean, he was confident. He was firing on all cylinders. Deep passes, the mid passes, the screens. He didn't have to necessarily utilize his legs because he wasn't getting the pressure.
Well, and they didn't overscreen it either. You look at his passing chart, you see a lot of those connections, including those touchdowns, are all over 10 yards. I think one of the touchdowns was under 10 yards, but everything else is 10 yards or more when you're scoring. You love seeing that passing chart rather than the kind of pock marks that you saw
11 screens.
at the
you don't want to
5-yard line and in.
No, and we've been asking for that. We watch NFL football. Outside of just the Broncos, we know quarterbacks push the ball down the field, and it was so weird watching these other games and watching these other quarterbacks that you hope Bo can get to their level, but then when you watch the Broncos, it's so wildly conservative and tight to the line of scrimmage. It looked yesterday, I mean, that was the best offensive output yesterday. And I don't know if it technically was by the actual points.
No, but how it looked, the eye test.
Yeah, for watching football, I watched football all day yesterday, and that was the best offensive performance that I saw.
Right, and you saw some bad football in Week 8. You've seen the numbers. The average margin of victory was 18 points. You had 8 quarterbacks that weren't Week 1 starters. You only had one game that was decided by one score, and that was Jets and Cincinnati.
But you know what, Cease? This is why it's so important to have, 1, depth, and 2, a backup quarterback that you can rely on. Because there are going to be games where the deeper you get into the season where they're going to be missing their starting quarterback. Can you rely on that backup? And a lot of teams don't have a good backup.
So trade deadline coming up. I'm not talking quarterback here, obviously, but I still want them to be buyers. Even if that's buying on a running back, even after R.J. Harvey's breakout game.
Right.
I think you're buyers, and now the reports, was it Diana Rossini? Somebody had him as, are the Broncos interested in a wide receiver? I was like, I don't think they should be.
Tight end. I heard that a lot.
Tight end and running back are still on my list of, if you're buyers at the trade deadline, how about you buy a couple of those?
Well, I was going to say, if the Broncos aren't a buyer, I don't know what a buyer is.
This is a perfect market.
I was going to say, you're a 6-2 football team for the first time in a decade. Everything that you want to do is out there in front of you. There are definitely some unproven pieces, on the roster that you can fine tune. But I'll tell you what, man, we have had there's years where we're talking about who can we trade to, literally at this point in the season, who can we move that's not going to be a part of the next great Bronco team, and what kind of assets can we get in return for next spring? And it's not Halloween yet. And just the fact that the Broncos have put themselves in this position. I mean, guys, they're the hottest team in professional football. The Denver Broncos are the hottest team in pro ball. My phone is getting texts now in the last couple weeks in a way that it hasn't from people that I don't normally hear from.
Yeah,
that
are just good game out there, baby. Good game out
there. They're
there.
just chiming in on Broncos football. You know what I mean? And it's a simple text. Wow, you're going to have a fun day tomorrow. Stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
The Broncos have the longest home winning streak in the National Football League. that goes back to last year. You've won 9 consecutive games in Denver. Teams don't want to come here. You're the hottest team along with the Patriots in professional football. It's just
crazy.
It's incredibly exciting. And the thing is that they're in this position, and yesterday was the first semblance of a complete game. Like the first one where the offense and the defense play well on the same day.
Offense, defense, special teams too.
And special teams too.
We're not complaining about Darren Rizzi today. I can't believe it.
I mean, so, no, you're right.
Even the coaching staff. I believe that Vance had a great game plan, but Sean Payton put together a masterpiece right there.
It was his best game.
The timing there, trusting his quarterback, trusting the run game, being creative in the red zone. Like everything that you wanted from this Denver Broncos offense, defense, special teams, we got. It was on full display and it was fun to watch.
Yeah, I thought it was Sean Payton's best game of the year. I did. And of course, and this is the question, and I've seen it on social media and all this stuff. Well, Dallas, their defense is so bad. That's their fault. Guys, 2 weeks ago, I watched a Broncos team go up against a winless Jets team with the 31st ranked defense, and first downs felt like touchdowns in London. And you won 13-10 in an absolute slog. Yep. So I just don't think that this offense specifically, the overall team's record is glossy. But the offense specifically, if you've been in the trenches with this team, like I know everyone in this room has, it's like we can't be picky and start to cherry pick where we can be satisfied and not, especially on offense.
Look at the Bengals game. The Bengals game, they should have dropped 40 points, and they didn't.
Right.
But a win is a win, but you want to continue to build. The nice thing is everything that they needed to correct was correctable. It was coachable mistakes that they are fixing, and they're still not done, right? There's going to be a stinker, maybe 2 on this schedule, right? So we just got to be patient, but you see that glimpse. And when I'm nuts and I say 13 wins, people say I'm nuts. I'm fine with that. I never said number 1 seed in the AFC. Guys, they got to catch the Colts, but like they could be the number 1 seed in the entire bracket, which means a first round bye. It means everyone's got to come to the Mile High City with that win streak.
Oof.
I mean,
Sean Payton,
you got to love it.
Playoffs, like, come on, man. You got to love it.
Yeah, and I don't want to live in the rearview mirror here, but had they just flipped that result with the Colts and you're 7-1 and they're 6-2, because they're 7-1. I mean, I cannot, and they're excellent. They are excellent.
Yeah,
the Colts are and they're fun to watch.
Jonathan Taylor's MVP level right now.
He is.
They're breaking 80-yard touchdowns like it's nothing. Like 3 touchdowns in 3 games back to back.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'll say this though: if JT wins the MVP, the year after Saquon doesn't get it, running for 2,000 yards and everything that he did, that would be salt in his wound. I mean, it's just
you don't have a leverage call. You win against the Chargers, you win against the Colts, you're undefeated. Again, rearview mirror. But before I leave, I do have gifts for both of you guys.
Gifts?
Yes, I'm here bearing gifts.
Really?
I'm wearing my sweet 95 Terrell Davis.
Look at that thing.
But Schlereth thought it was Phillip Lindsay. He goes, "Is that Phil?" And I said, "No, this is OG. That's why it's all it's older. You can tell the numbers are kind of fading, but it is Terrell Davis."
Yes.
But I brought in 2 for you.
All right.
Phillip Lindsay autographed football cards for y'all.
How about that?
Yeah.
Because it's
Zach, don't use this as toilet paper now.
No, I won't.
Not a bookmark either. Don't put in a bookmark. Y'all do read books, right? I was talking about a book I'm reading, and Kev Kistner was like, "I don't read." I'm like,
"No, I don't read. But I listen to the books.
Oh, audio.
I listen to the audiobooks.
Yeah.
It's been a few years since I actually turned pages of a book, but I do listen to them.
I try to do no screen time before bed, so that's when the books come out.
Sure.
Anyway,
that's a good way to
for
fall
you guys.
asleep too. Yeah,
thanks.
Let's go Broncos.
Appreciate it, man.
This is sexy man on this card, man.
All right, the Cowboys. The Cowboys got bucked off the Broncos yesterday at Mile High, and we'll talk about how it went down coming up next.
The Broncos followed up their magical finish last week with a dominating win over the Cowboys. Have Sean Payton and Bo Nix finally shown what Denver's offense is truly capable of? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers. And guys, I know there's at least 50 of you guys listening right now who are thinking about popping the question, and you need a diamond. And I'm going to save you some time and money right now by telling you this. You need to get over to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, for that perfect diamond engagement ring. the ultimate holiday gift, or just because that special someone deserves it. This holiday, imagine the finest jewelry legends all in a store where they treat you just like family. Come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine and the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So head on down to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Snow is coming and Silterhar Motors is ready, stocked up on a boatload of Broncos sports built for adventure in rain, sleet, or snow. Only at Silterhar Motors, buy a 2025 Broncos sport for only $25,999 or lease for only $299 per month. Silterhar has the top selection with over 1,000 new and used vehicles available to choose from 5 different brands, all at one location. See their complete inventory of new and used vehicles at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at Denver Sports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us and start growing your business today.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silterhar Motors. Here's the drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
The Broncos are rolling.
Rolling. Keep rolling.
Man, what is up on a Monday, October 27th? A Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday, a day after just about 24 hours, call it maybe 21 hours ago, where the Denver Broncos absolutely beat the boots off the Cowboys.
Beat the boots off of them, huh?
Beat the boots off the Cowboys. What's up, man?
What's going on, man? You know I like to say belt to ass. That's what that exactly was.
BTA.
Ooh,
That was invented.
I love it.
That phrase was invented for a Sunday like yesterday.
Oh, yes, it was. It was fun to watch, man. I'm doing great. Zach. You're back. You're back right there in what do they call it? On the saddle? Back on the saddle.
Yeah, back in the saddle.
Oh, in the
I think.
saddle.
Yeah, back in the saddle.
All right.
After taking Friday off. Yeah, good to be back. Hopefully everything went great.
Everything went great.
Good.
Everything went great. Richie tried to beat Zach by with let's come off the top ropes with it. He did a better job, but what I try to explain to Richie is Monday he kind of like builds up to Friday. So Monday it's not going to be as long as Tuesday. Tuesday not as long as Wednesday. And you get to Friday, Richie. You got to be able to hold it.
You got to hold it. You got to hold it. Well, I
did a good
appreciate
job,
Rich being in here in my stead and thrilled to be back. And I'm just thrilled with what we're seeing from the Denver Broncos right now because you want to know what's crazy, and I'm sure it's a sign of the times because if I offered you a 4-game win streak in 2018.
Oh, give it to me.
2017. Check this out. The Broncos just won as many games in a row as they won in the 2017 season.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
That's crazy.
And so if I offer during that time period, a 4-game winning streak, and I know it's at 5, but I'm saying coming in, be like in any way, shape, or form, doesn't matter how it happens, I'll take it. Let's go. When you are, I've used this phrase before, Phil. When you're wandering through the desert and someone offers you some water, you don't ask if it's Dasani. You take what they give you.
Is this Voss water?
And during those years, you just take what you can get.
Yeah.
I'm mentioning that because we've got to the point here recently under Sean Payton and Bo Nix, like the team was on a 4-game win streak, but there was some unsettledness to it because of how it looked and felt offensively. And it's so nice to come in here and just react to a game where they just all put it together, Phil.
Yeah, where it was just like you sit there on your couch and you admire how good the damn Denver Broncos really are. Their offense, their defense, special teams, the coaching staff, they just put it all together, and it was fun to watch. Now, somebody out there saying, well, it's the Dallas Cowboys, and they're missing 5 or 6 starting dudes, and they had practice squad players out there. That is their problem, not ours. All we can do is focus on what's in front of us. Focus on the game plan. Focus on making sure we execute, because that's something that the Denver Broncos offense was lacking, execution.
Sure.
So whoever's out there, they're going to get it. They have this belt, and they're ready to spank some butt. And that's just, it is what it is. And I'm glad that you brought it up about like, hey, I think that we have to understand where we were a couple years ago. And we were upset and mad, and we were trying to figure out who our quarterback was going to be, and we were trying to figure out how to win games. There's teams out there that wish they can win multiple games. You have the Browns. You have Myles Garrett going up to the podium saying, hey, I would give my 5 sacks up if I can just win a game. That's how important it is to win in this league. This is how important it is to the fan bases to win games, because when you're winning, everything goes right for you. You're happy at work. You're happy with your wife and your kids. Everything is just easier when your town is winning games.
Well, that's the case right now. Hottest team in the NFL. Tied for the longest win streak in the National Football League. Longest home win streak is here in Denver, Colorado. That was the most complete game since when?
I had to go back last year, 2024, against the Atlanta Falcons.
You're on it. That's my answer as well.
Okay, Atlanta
38-6.
38-6. Oh, Kirk Cousins was at quarterback. Defense dominated. Offense was able to put it together. Bo Nix had over 300 yards passing, and I want to say he had an 85% completion rate on top of that.
He did. He was 28-33 that day.
All right, there you go. And they put together a complete game in Week 11. I want to say Week 11.
Correct.
And that was the first time that the Denver Broncos put it all together, and now you had a game on Sunday where the Denver Broncos were able to defeat the Dallas Cowboys. We're talking about the Dallas Cowboys now and putting it to them, and all 3 phases played phenomenal.
Yeah, truly. And look, is the Cowboys' defense bad? Yes. Yes. But that's what it's supposed to look like when you play an NFL team that's playing well. And I'm not ready to crown the Broncos offense, we're still gathering information, but 44 is 44. I mean, 44 is 44. Okay? So
was it 27 points in the first half?
27 points in the first half.
I'll take it.
That is the most that they had scored in the first half at home since Peyton Manning's 2013 season. That was almost a decade ago. And so I just and scoring just, and I know it wasn't early because of the turnover. And by the way, I will say I do not believe we saw Bo Nix's best game yesterday. I do think it's that Atlanta Falcons game.
So you
four touchdowns, no turnovers.
Okay.
And
no
you referenced the
turnovers.
completion percentage.
Yeah.
Just a psychotic 28 of 33 for 307 yards, 4 turnovers, and no interceptions. Like, that's almost impossible. That's maybe you hope to have a game like that once a season. So it's just underneath that, but maybe the second best game we've ever seen him play. I mean, if you take away that early turnover, it's as close to a perfect game as you're going to get.
Yeah, you're not going to get anything better than that. Other than maybe Bo Nix running for a touchdown.
Sure.
And for that, it's just like you're trying to figure out a way to nitpick at the Denver Broncos.
Right.
This was a perfect game, and even for Bo Nix, maybe that interception helped him out and woke him up, saying, "Hey, I got to get my act together. I have to relax. I need to calm down." Because some people out there are like, "Well, that was on Pat Bryant." That was not on Pat Bryant. That was on Bo Nix and the timing. That was on Bo Nix not setting his feet and really just watching where his receiver was at. He was timing this play up because he knew it was open. It was open, but he threw it behind the receiver. That's on Bo Nix, and it's okay. It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's all good. But the way he responded after the pick was it was fantastic. I mean, the 44 points, that's the most since Sean Payton has been the coach of the Denver Broncos. And they've just dominated this matchup against Dallas. Just dominated this matchup. 8 consecutive W's over the Dallas Cowboys. That's tied for the second longest active win streak against any single team that the Broncos have faced. And then the run game. J.K. Dobbins,
beautiful,
over 100 yards again, averaging 7.5 yards per carry.
I wish I could be J.K. right now, because how are you doing this? How are you averaging almost every single game 5 yards a carry? In this case, 7. It's just the patience with J.K., understanding the scheme, the way he's running, the burst that he has. He's breaking tackles. He's just having a really good year, and he's due for one. He's been having to deal with injuries his whole career. Knock on wood, we're going to need him. So knock on the head of yours, Zach. But he's just having a really great year. He's confident. The offensive line loves what they see in J.K. Dobbins.
Yes.
They love the scheme.
Yes.
And it's working. And then you have R.J. Harvey, Zach, that finally broke out. Had that burst, that 40-yard burst, had a little bit more confidence. He's catching out of the backfield, and Sean's finding ways to be a little bit more creative with R.J. Harvey. So if R.J. can continue to do what he's doing, I'm not saying he needs to sit there and have a 40-yard touchdown every game, but have those bursts. All right, the 15-yard chunk plays, catching those touchdowns in the red zone. That's what R.J. Harvey is there to do, and he's doing a great job of it, and Sean's doing a great job of putting these players in good situations to be successful.
How about these young players, man?
Them young bucks.
That yesterday was like a coming of age game, and I used that phrase, I think, going into the Philly game, and I predicted the Broncos to win and said, hey, this is going to be a coming of age. And you think coming of age is like the movie American Pie, or 16 Candles, or
I like that movie,
Breakfast Club, and it's like you're growing up and you're like breaking through this sort of barrier of adulthood, or some semblance of it.
Yeah.
And it's a signature moment. And for those young kids out there yesterday, and I know they're not kids, but for those young players, Pat Bryant, Jade Barron, R.J. Harvey, I mean, how cool is that the Broncos' first, second, and third round picks all show out? Barron gets his first pick. R.J. Harvey gets his first rushing touchdown, goes on to get another one plus
another one.
So 3 total touchdowns for R.J. Harvey. First time that has happened for a Bronco rookie since Clinton Portis in 2002. And then you have Pat Bryant, not to be outdone, catching his first touchdown pass.
And that's well-deserved for Pat Bryant. I mean, as much as you've talked about Pat Bryant in the blocking game,
yes,
and doing the dirty work,
yes,
he finally got rewarded. And for Bo to say, you know what, touchdown, let me go and find this ball for Pat Bryant, because Pat Bryant wants to do the Mile High Salute. Respect to you.
Very cool.
But also, you can't lose that ball, young man. That's your first career touchdown pass. Bo Nix finds the ball, gives it to Pat Bryant.
That was cool.
That's really cool to see, man.
I love it.
The culture there.
I absolutely love it. If you want to react to any of this, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. What did we make of the Broncos defense that dazed Dak and Dallas? That's next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there here on a Monday about how you're feeling. You're coming out of the weekend. Are you feeling fresh and rejuvenated? Or do you feel like you're already ready for another weekend because you have low energy? Maybe you're feeling sluggish. Maybe those sleep patterns are off. That's contributing to that. You're not working out the same way. And that's when you do drag yourself to the gym, all right? And maybe because of that dynamic, you're putting on weight. And hopefully you're not feeling sad or depressed. Guys, believe it or not, all these symptoms can be tied back to low testosterone, which just happens to us men as we age. You didn't do anything wrong, but I encourage you, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Fellas, you got one life to live. Don't spend it wondering if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, sports fans, did you know that O'Mara owns GMC on 104th? And now it's time to check them out.
That's right, and O'Mara GMC announces the lowest lease payments of the year. GMC Hummer, just $549. Sierra 1500, just $479.
Lisa, GMC Hummer for only $549 a month, or a Sierra 1500 for just $479?
That's O'Mara GMC on 104th. OmaraGMC.com.
Stock SZ167052 and SU104091. See the website for complete details.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and autopay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner American Home Agents, you can receive a credit on closing costs of up to 1% or a max of $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you. You could buy a home with as little as 3% down, and with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Pick up the phone, call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Need a new water heater? Euro Plumbing has lifetime warranties, great financing, and low pricing. 720-500-3000. 720-500-3000.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
What did we make of the Broncos defense?
I like this song.
Oh, yeah. Look at you, Dallas. Just taking a massive L. Everything's bigger than Texas.
Just take it, Dallas. Just take it.
Everything's bigger in Texas, man. That is a triple XL-sized L.
Bigger than butt whooping.
Oh, my gosh. You love to see it. You love to see it. Man, Dak, I mean, we talked about it leading up to the game. The 4 games leading up to yesterday, 13 touchdowns and no interceptions across a 4-game stretch.
Yeah.
Yesterday, not a single touchdown, 2 interceptions. I mean,
Dak was seeing ghosts. You see him walking off the field, spitting, talking to himself, bald head, steaming. Like, that's what you love to see. Dak has been playing at an elite level, but yet he has not seen a defense like the Denver Broncos that bring the pressure, that you don't even have to rush 5 and you're getting pressure on them, that you do have 2 corners until PS2 went down. You have 2 corners that are really, really good. Elite one and Riley Moss that's doing his part. You got 2 safeties back there that's headhunting. This defense is on another level, Zach.
Well, they were so fun to watch yesterday. That Cowboys offense that was averaging 390 yards a game. And we're approaching the midway point. So it's not like you put up some big numbers through the first 2 weeks. Like, this was a proper sample size. I mean, they averaged 5 yards a play. And they were just smothered. And really, their overall total yard mark. So if I said to you, the Cowboys are going to have 339 yards of offense, like that's like a lot of teams like, okay, wow, I'll take that.
There's some scoring going on.
But when you actually watch the game, it didn't feel like that. They were never in control. They were always playing from outside of the very first sequence of the game where the Broncos defense stood up in the red zone and forced a field goal instead of a touchdown when they were damn near on the 1-yard line.
That right there was a turning point, Zach, where it's like when your defense is able to do that at the 1-yard line, stop a Dallas team that had a first down. They had 4 opportunities to get in the end zone. They couldn't do it. That's a momentum shift towards you.
Yeah.
And you give up 3 points. You put your offense back out there. They go to work. It's just a confidence builder, and it's a booster, and they're building off of each other, and they're working off of each other where it's like, we did our part offense. Now help us out. Offense helps them out. Now all of a sudden you have that chemistry going, and you go out there and you play ball and have a great game as a unit.
Well, 12 pass breakups for Vance Joseph's defense, most of any defense in the NFL yesterday. Dallas limited to 4 of 11 on 3rd down. There's a lot here. I mean, they got after Dak a little bit. John Franklin Myers, that was, really Benito sort of feeding Dak to John Franklin Myers.
I like that, feeding him to it. Let that big man eat.
Yes, and that was fun to watch. Zach Allen. And it happens on a day where PS2 goes down. It goes down pretty early. Now, that's going to be really concerning, and we're still going to be waiting for information on this.
Well, first it was the shin.
Yes.
First it was the shin. I was a little concerned. I was like, okay, here we go again. Like the ankle, the shin, comes back, starts playing well. Then you end up with the shoulder. Now, that can be serious because for PS2, you're grabbing people, and hopefully he didn't tear something in there, rotator cuff or something like that, because if you do tear it, you got to get surgery on it. That's something that doesn't just heal on its own. So it's something that I'm just speculating. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a strain.
Yeah.
But we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on this because he's the Defensive Player of the Year last year. We need him if we're going to make it to the top.
Yeah. What stood out to you yesterday from that defense?
I'm going to have to say just overall the pressure. Although we had 2 sacks, there was 21 pressures put on Dak Prescott.
Yes.
And I said it earlier, Zach, it wasn't just the blitzing because we hardly blitz. It was the front four just getting to Dak, pressuring Dak, making him feel uneasy, forcing him to throw bad footballs. And then, of course, getting those 2 turnovers.
Huge.
That helps out. Finally, we get those turnovers and the pass rush gets rewarded by the interceptions from Jahdae Barron and your boy Tillman.
How about Tillman? Tillman looked like Ernie Banks running the football back. I mean, this guy.
You see his dead leg?
Dude.
He hit like a little cut dead leg. It was like, man, what are you doing out there? You think you're a running back?
People were bouncing off him. I mean, that was hilarious. That was an awesome moment in that game. From a defensive lineman, like, whoa. The
interception was awesome, too. I mean, dropping Tillman back in coverage.
Right.
Who would have thought that? I know Dak didn't. Throw it into Tillman's hands, interception, diving interception at that, gets up, and then tries to score a touchdown.
Incredible. So just across the board, and obviously we mentioned Barron in the previous segment along with these young pups, like just making plays. And dudes had to step up, in the absence of Pat Surtain, and someone like Barron did. And Riley Moss, what did you make of Riley Moss this afternoon? Because Riley Moss is turning into like a lightning rod Denver Bronco on game days.
He really is. And Zach, I had to talk to Chris Harris because I had to pick his brain. Because you sit there and you look at Riley and he does some really good stuff. And then there's at times where it's like, Riley, what are you doing? But also it's like all the other corners are doing the exact same thing as Riley, but yet sometimes they don't get penalized. And Riley's getting penalized for this stuff. So I hit up Chris and Chris said, look, Riley's playing great football. He really is. Now, as a corner, when you're playing one-on-one and having to play man all the time, you are going to get beat.
Yes.
You have to rely on your technique. You have to rely on the confidence within yourself. And sometimes when you start to get flagged, you start to overthink things. You feel like, hey, now I can't be as handsy as I used to be. Or every time you look up like Riley's doing, after a ball's thrown his way and maybe it's incomplete, he's looking for a penalty.
Right.
You don't want to live like that. So although Riley sometimes frustrates us because he gives up chunk plays, like the CeeDee Lamb one, which is going to happen when you're playing man and CeeDee's an elite receiver.
It's a top five receiver. I just assumed that PS2 was going to be the one on him.
Exactly, but that shows you how much confidence that the Denver defense, that VJ, that PS2 has in Riley. That it's like, Riley, I'm going to let you do your part too. If CeeDee's over there, lock him up. After that play, CeeDee Lamb wasn't talked about as much anymore because of what Riley was doing. So, Zach, to answer your question, Riley did a great job. He had some mishaps, right?
Yeah.
He had some struggles at times, like any other corner is going to do. But when it mattered the most, he stepped up and he was able to lock down not just CeeDee Lamb, but George Pickens as well.
Yeah, I think here's where I'm at with Riley Moss, because a lot of people think he stinks. This is what I would say. If you think Riley Moss stinks, I would just question your football acumen. We don't see Riley Moss getting torched and just out of the frame of the camera.
No.
Riley Moss, does he get balls caught on him? He does, right? But
he gets beat at times. Yes, it's going to happen.
But he also had 4 breakups yesterday, which is tied for the 6th most in the history of Denver Broncos football. Like, he is, and I know we make the comparison with your former teammate Isaac Yiadom, but he's better than Yiadom was. And so, like, now I'd like to see him make more plays on the ball and try to have a sudden change play. Yeah. We don't see that from Riley Moss. I can't remember seeing that from Riley Moss. But he's competitive. He is freaking
fiery.
Yeah, he is.
He is fiery.
He is, and he's good at his job. He is. Now, is he perfect? Is he going to the Hall of Fame? Is he going to be an All-Pro this year? Probably not, but he sees more work than almost anyone in the entire NFL because of who he plays opposite of, and he is allowing the lowest completion percentage of anyone, of any one corner who gets thrown his way. He's not God's gift. I'll continue to say that. He's not God's gift, but I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, and if PS2 does not play this game coming up because we don't know his status as of right now, Riley Moss has a tough task in front of him with two really good receivers if Nico Collins is playing, who was my teammate, by the way, and he's grown up, man. It's crazy to see where he was when he was a rookie to now. So Riley's going to be tested yet again, but now he may be the number one cornerback. So for people out there, let's just keep an eye on Riley. Riley is going to continue to work on his technique. Our VJ is going to continue to help him out by, one, getting to the quarterback to making it easier for the cornerbacks like Riley Moss and Chris Abrams-Drain. And then you need help over the top at times with the safeties like Hufanga and Brendan Jones. But Riley Moss is not the issue. Riley Moss is doing his part. There are going to be penalties. He is going to get caught on. That's football.
All right, we will circle back to Broncos in mere minutes, but Deion Sanders has played or coached in over 300 football games. And Saturday night was the low point. And I want to talk about what's going on up north next.
With 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey, the first career score for Pat Bryant, and a key interception from Jahdae Barron, the Broncos rookie class was on fire against the Cowboys. Is Denver's young class peaking at just the right time? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, guys? Phillip Lindsay here, and I want to tell you about my new obsession, and that's with Daisy's French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching any big-time game. And now that Daisy's has come out with a delicious Daisy French Onion Dip, along with a Daisy Ranch Dip, guys, these are definitely game changers that you're not going to want to miss out on. They're as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients that you can find in your own kitchen. So if you want to be blown away like I was, then give Daisy's French Onion Dip a try today. You can find Daisy's French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
If you're hiding from the IRS or living in fear due to a tax problem, free advice is here. Join Advanced Tax Solutions' free online workshop Wednesday, October 29th at 5:30 p.m. Get answers, ask questions. To register, call 303-753-6040.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at Denver Sports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
Payton Manning here.
Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
I want to talk about the Bucs here after the bloodbath in Salt Lake.
Talk about them, huh?
But before we do that, Phil, the Fan Flyaway is back thanks to 303 Law 4040. This time we're sending one lucky listener and a guest to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. Here's what you get. 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale. Round trip airfare for 2 from Denver, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500. For more information and to register, head to thefanflyaway.com. If you entered one of our previous Flyaway contests, you're already registered for this one. Once you sign up for one Flyaway, you're entered for all future Flyaways. Okay, man, Saturday night, Phil, was hard to watch. We're talking about the Broncos referencing like a beatdown against Dallas. I don't know what you would call this then.
They abused them. Like it was worse than that. It was worse than just a bit. Like they literally abused them and did what they wanted to do with them. Put them back out there and said, then we're gonna do you again. We're gonna come back at you and we're gonna mess you guys right back up. Like it was bad. It reminded me, truthfully, before I got to Colorado, I was on a visit because I was in state. They would give you tickets to the games. This is when John Embry and Eric Bieniemy were John Embry was the head coach, Eric Bieniemy was the offensive coordinator. And I go to the game with the Oregon Ducks. Mariota's out there, Kenyon Barner, the running back, LaMichael James.
LaMichael James.
I want to say LaMichael was still there. If not, he just left.
Okay.
And LaMichael was a really good
God,
running
he
back.
was so
Remember
fun to
that?
watch.
Yeah,
Yes.
O.J. Mayo, the receiver. And actually, I grew my hair out because of him. It was this tall white receiver. He was.
Oh my
number
God,
23,
O.J. Mayo.
Yeah,
because I'm thinking of O.J. Mayo, the basketball player out of
maybe it's not
USC.
O.J. Mayo. It's
was
something
supposed to be like a
I think
prodigy.
it was like either Jeffrey Mayo. I want to say Jeffrey Mayo.
Okay.
But his last name was Mayo.
Yep.
And I grew my hair out because of him, because he had this hair coming out of his helmet, and I thought it was pretty sweet. So I was like, let me do this.
Yeah.
But we get to that game, Zach, and Oregon put 70 points on the Buffs. 70. And I don't know how many touchdowns Colorado scored, if any. And I remember my father looking at me and saying, son, do you really want to do this?
Yeah.
And in my head, I'm like, Dad, I'm going to go in here and I'm gonna change this program. I'm $150 and I don't care. You know, we end up having a successful 2016 season. It was fun, but that's what that felt like. Just a team that couldn't do anything against Utah or the Oregon Ducks, where the Oregon Ducks were just superior. Anything they wanted to do, they could do. Defensively, dominant. Offensively, dominant. Special teams-wise, dominant. Whereas, the Buffs that just couldn't do anything but just look at each other and say, we're just not good enough. That's what it looked like, Zach.
53-7. And at halftime, I think, what was it, 43-0, I think, at halftime?
43-0 at halftime.
And when they put the stats up, and I forget exactly what it was like 396 yards of offense compared to negative 18, something like that.
Yep.
I mean, it was stunning. I've never seen a graphic like that. And goodness gracious, I mean, a 416-yard differential in that first half. That's the most by any FBS team in any half this season. Utah outrushed the Buffs by 384 yards. It's the largest negative differential for CU since a bad Nebraska loss back in the early 80s. And Caden Salter, I mean, he was under duress early and often.
My man only threw for 37 yards.
Insane.
1 interception.
Insane.
I thought people thought I was going to say 1 touchdown. No, 1 interception, 37 yards.
He averaged
22 attempts.
1.7 yards per completion.
That's insane. So now what, Zach?
I have no idea. This team is in massive trouble. This is trending in a direction that I had a hunch that it was going to be trending in. I don't know if this group's going to stay together.
You said stay together in the sense of like the rest of the season?
Yes, in the rest of the season, like does this group, the chips are down right now. So who are they? And this is where you would typically, hopefully and ideally, be able to lean on the culture of your program. But so many of these players are come and go. You know, there's so few of these guys who have been around for more than 5 minutes. And so, like, man, that portal's going to open. Deion's going to want to flood it with new players coming in. And I just now let me just say this. The rest of the schedule, it's not Utah in Salt Lake. But at the same time, that was wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be definitely some changes. Obviously, you're going to have a boatload of new players coming in, which is never a good thing because you want some type of consistency. That's what Utah has. Their starting 5 offensive linemen have been together for 2 straight years. This is will be their 3rd.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like it. You have 2 tackles that are going in the NFL in the first round. Like, but they're building a culture there. They're building something that the Colorado Buffaloes don't have. And so you're going to start over with a new 32, maybe 40 new kids next year?
Yeah.
It's insane. A young quarterback, if Juju decides to stay, who hasn't had any type of experience under his belt, rightfully so. He's young. He's 18 years old, so they're trying to protect him. But this is going to get ugly the rest of this year if these players don't look in the mirror and say, hey, like I may only have 4 games left if that's what they have. 4 games
I think
left,
it's 4.
And I may not play again. I need to go out there, put my best foot forward, and have something to show for. Because if not, you're going to be able to sit back and say, man, my last year, if you're a senior, it was just horrible. You don't want to be like that.
No, definitely not. Here was Deion, and I went back and looked at how many games he played in the NFL and how many games he's coached in college, and even went back and how many games he played in college at Florida State. I mean, it's over 300 football games. So for him to get up there in the post game and say this
is bad. It's probably the worst beating I've ever had, except for when my mama whooped me as a kid. 422 yards rushing, you ain't winning. You're not winning. 300 yards, you're not winning. 250, you're not winning. It's not capable. Total offense, 140 yards, you're not winning. You're not winning. They had 587 yards of total offense. You're not winning. With that, special teams gave up a fake punt as well as a block punt. You're not winning. So all 3 phases, we got our butts kicked.
When Kyle Whittingham went in his bag and pulled out the fake punt, it reminded me of Dan Lanning doing the same thing.
But see, Zach, this is the thing about Kyle Whittingham, and I know this because I played against him a lot in the Pac-12.
Yep.
As a special teamer, you know he's going to come out with trick plays. No matter what, he is going to have a couple trick plays when it comes to his special teams in his bag. Always has, always will. Defensively, the defensive coordinator has been there for almost 20 years.
Yep.
And he has always been a guy that's going to bring pressure. And you mean to tell me when you're preparing for the Utes, you're not preparing for a fake when you have your starting tight end in the game as a punt block protector?
Yeah.
Or a punt protector? You sit there on defense and say, hey, I don't know these blitzes, these exotic blitzes, but you know that they're going to bring them, and you've been watching film, and that's all they've done this whole year is just bring blitzes? It's just pretty hard to watch when you know that you had more than a week to prepare because you had a bye, and you go out there and you look like that.
And that's what you just hit on, something that might be the most disturbing thing. You're coming out of the bye. And you had players who weren't back in time and were punished and this and that. That's why I'm just like, man, again, every opponent moving forward, the last 4 of the season anyway, it's not going to be Utah in Salt Lake. Yeah. But I just wonder, what is the connective tissue that will hold this team together here down the stretch? And, man, all that experience on the coaching staff, right? Dion calling his shot. This is a better football team than the one we had. I don't know if they have, I think they could win one more game, Saturday against Arizona, could be.
I can see them winning two, West Virginia, and then maybe Arizona.
2-2 in the last 4 would feel like a raging success at this point. And you see what they did with the TV this morning, because CU has been in prime time and all this stuff. The Big 12 put them at 10 a.m. on TNT against West Virginia. And that is a sign of the times of where this thing is trending. We'll continue to talk about it in more big picture conversations about where the Buffs go from here. Okay, the Broncos are the hottest team in the NFL, and we've been asking to see something that we finally saw yesterday. That's next.
The Buffs came out of their bye week and got blown out by Utah, suffering the worst loss of the Coach Prime era. Can Colorado regroup and keep their bowl hopes alive? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
It's the Medicare Advantage annual enrollment period, and Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
It's back. Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Woo! Hanging out with you on a Victory Monday after the Denver Broncos demolished Dallas in a way that did you pick the Broncos to win? What did you predict on Friday?
You know what? I had Dallas winning.
You did? Okay.
I did. I was like, hey, it's due for one. Dallas has this elite offense. Now, I did not know that Dallas's defense was down and out. I didn't know that they were missing 4 or 5 starters. Now, I don't think that would have mattered because Dallas is just right now their defense is not good.
Yep.
But yeah, man, shame on me.
Well, you know what? It was a 3-point spread. Broncos had won 4 in a row. Dallas is playing at a high level, so you don't sound crazy to me.
And I was looking at the offense, like, well, the offense hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
So why am I going to be optimistic and say they're gonna compete with Dallas's offense and they go neck and neck?
Yeah, like firepower. Yeah. And someone could say, well, you should have known Dallas was one of the league's worst defense or the league's worst defense. Well, it was just 2 weeks earlier in London where it was the Jets who had the 31st ranked defense and the Broncos
that's what we said.
Couldn't move the ball.
And we were talking about it, Richie and I, and it was like, who knows? Who knows? And I'm glad I was wrong. That's all I have to say. We're 6-2.
Sure.
Offense looked great. Defense kept going. Special teams looked really, really good. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. Well, they get it done. Even if you thought that the Broncos were going to win, 20-point wins, winning by 3 touchdowns, that really has been an anomaly.
That's rare.
Around here. And a blowout just like that in the NFL, although we did see more of them yesterday, a 20-point win in the NFL, that's not how the league is designed. So the Broncos, they got up on them, and they put them away. I mean, they really did. And we've been asking, even despite the win streak, for the Broncos to put it together and just sort of turn the corner on the believability.
That's it. That's all we want. We all want to believe. We all want to sit here and say, hey, Denver is the real deal. Now, a lot of people out there have always believed Denver is the real deal from the start of camp. And some people out there, I feel like it's like half and half, are like, hey, I want to see more. I want to see us play in more of an elite offense and look good defensively. I want to see the offense finally put it together. Well, there you go. Defense played tough. Offense did their job.
Yeah, and it was just so refreshing to see a full 60-minute complimentary football game. Just one hand washing the other in a way that we hadn't seen through the first 7 games. We just hadn't seen it. I know that the wins have been great despite, sort of the clunky nature of some of them, particularly offensively. That's where a lot of the ire has been coming from. It's this Broncos offense that has been hard to watch. Is it Sean Payton's play calling? Is it Bo Nix's own shortcomings? All that, at least for yesterday and at least for this week and at least for now, just sort of gets put to bed to a certain degree, because yesterday was that was a special offensive day.
Oh, it was fun to watch. Exciting, explosive. Everybody was getting involved. Bo Nix was making sure everybody touched that football, from the running backs to Pat Bryant, rookie who finally had his first career touchdown. All right. Cortland Sutton got going. Now, it was a little shaky at the beginning, but then when he started to really go and they started to pick on that cornerback over there, he started going. Troy Franklin, which we've been wanting to see from Troy, is just the consistency of being there, being available. You have everything to be a really good receiver too, but you got to be consistent. You got to catch the ball. That's something Troy Franklin did yesterday, so it was fun watching that. Marvin Mims, him getting involved, and it wasn't just as a receiver. I mean, it was all over the place. A running back yesterday, pitching the ball to him. Like, it was fun to just sit back and watch Sean Payton go to work, watch the Denver offense go to work.
44 points scored in the game were the most by this franchise since scoring 45 back on Thursday Night Football 2018, and I know a guy that was there. You were on that football team, and that was when Von Miller did his proclamation of like, hey, we're going to go down there and kick their ass.
Before the Halloween party.
Yes.
He gathered us up after he said that. He said, hey, guys, look, I made a bold prediction, and I'm just going to tell you guys.
Super bold. Yeah. You're going to beat the one-win Cardinals with Josh Rosen.
That's why you made it.
It's like
very calculated.
Unbelievable.
Because, hey, it's Thursday night. They're banged up. If we want to have this party, we got to go out there and win. And we got to win big. And we did.
Yep.
We did.
It's a second cousin of Joe Namath calling Super Bowl III in advance. I mean,
let's go.
But that's a long time ago. And that's 44 points in an NFL game. That's hard to do. I don't care who you're playing. So to not having done it since 2018, that was cool. And then Bo Nix, not just in the game, because Bo in the game, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception, 19 of 29 for around 250 yards. Didn't take a single sack, by the way. Take out the Titans game week 1. That was ugly.
It was.
That was ugly, all right? The last 7 games for Bo Nix, go look it up. 17 total touchdowns, 3 interceptions, with a quarterback rating around a 96. And we finally saw Bo do something that we had been asking for, and that's drive the ball down the field. Not everything has to be at the line of scrimmage. The Broncos were attempting more passes within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage, than anyone else in professional football. Yesterday, Bo Nix pushed the ball down the field. He completed 7 of 13 attempts of over 10 air yards for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, man.
All right, Mr. Bye, I got 2 questions for you.
It's refreshing.
2 questions for you. When you said right there, we finally, Bo Nix showed us, he could push the ball downfield.
Yeah.
Was that Bo, or was that Sean letting Bo do that? What's your take on it? Because there's some people are like, hey, Bo's finally getting it. And there's some people are like, Bo has been understanding what he needed to do. Sean has kind of protected him and kept everything close and not letting him air it out, not letting him be as aggressive as he was last year.
Yeah. It's sort of like when you have a kid's birthday party and they put the bumpers on the side of the bowling alley.
Yeah.
That's like, I'm not going to let you throw a gutter. You will hit a pin. I promise you. You just roll that thing down there. And that's sort of what it has felt like here leading up to yesterday of we're putting the bumpers on for Bo. I'm not letting you be in a position to mess this up for whatever reason Sean has in his head. And it's been sort of, Bo has been in a bit of a straitjacket, it has felt like. Now, to your actual question, I have to see more of this. This is one game, and I think that Sean is incredibly calculated. He knew the defense that they were going up against.
Yep.
Missing, 5 starters. 3 of them in the secondary.
A bunch of practice squad players. There's context to it, guys.
Yep. So I think this was Sean's opportunity to take the bumpers off.
But why not? Why not against the Jets, though?
Good question. Don't know.
The Jets were there in the exact same spot as the Dallas Cowboys defensively. They're not very good.
Yeah, I do not have an explanation for that. I don't. And I want to see okay, so think about the contrast of this week over the week. And I hate talking about the next appointment on a reaction Monday. And I said opponent.
You must have an appointment coming up.
I do. The contrast, the league's worst defense, and then a top 3 defense. The total of this game has already been set for next Sunday. It's 39.5 points. Yesterday was set at 51 and then started to go like north of it before kickoff. This thing, I bet, will be bet down by professional bettors.
So what you're saying is you need to see a little bit more. Let's see how it looks against Houston Texans.
Yes, and I don't need to see it, attempted 13 times passes down the field like we saw yesterday. But like, are we going to see 5, 6, 7, 8 of them?
But you know what, Zach? We should see it 13 times. That's Sean Payton's offense, the middle of the field, correct? Taking shots when they're there. So, like, that's why, to me, now people are like, well, leave Sean alone. Like, no, Sean's doing a great job, and he has schemed up some open plays. But also, we can all agree, Sean has been protecting Bo for some reason of just throwing the ball and letting him loose and letting him go. Yesterday against the Dallas Cowboys, although it was a bad Dallas Cowboys team with a bunch of practice squad players, that's their problem, not ours. He let Bo Nix loose, and Bo Nix was able to show maybe Sean Payton, hey, you can have the confidence in me, that I can make the right decisions, that I can take the easy passes, but when it's open in the middle of the field, I can hit Troy Franklin for a 15-yard catch, and then he can do the rest for another 15 yards. Like he's showing not just Broncos country, but he's showing Sean Payton to relax. Let me take control of this offense. Give me more, and I'll get better. Of course, I got to execute and hit on the deep balls, which he did. He missed the deep ball, but he hit on a couple of them. And so, like, that's something that over time for Bo, it's just like, let him go, Sean. Keep letting him do this. We need to see if he can continue to succeed or if he fails. The only way to do that is just let him go.
Yeah.
My next question to you is, are you ready to be on the seat? I'm backing up one last time. Beep, beep, beep. One last time, buddy.
What bus is this? What bus are we driving today?
This bus is the franchise quarterback bus. Are you ready to crown Bo Nix as Denver's franchise quarterback?
Okay, so
last time.
I just want to be inclusive on this because I know our audience is always coming and going. So really, for the last, I think it's 2 to 3 weeks, we've been asking this question, and there's.
Well, I'm just waiting for you. I'm gonna ask this question
there's
until I get your blessing that he is. And I'm like, okay, buddy.
Okay, so there's layers to the conversation.
Yep.
I believe Bo Nix is going to be the Broncos franchise quarterback.
Yes.
But I think that in order for that title, you really need to do some incredible things in the NFL and sustain it. That's the difference, right? Daniel Jones is quarterbacking the league's best team right now. I don't know if he's a franchise quarterback for the Colts. I just don't. I need to see more. Jane Daniels was 60 minutes from the Super Bowl a year ago in one of the great rookie seasons ever. Yep. I still need to see more. So I have been sort of hedging and saying, I think he's going to get there, but I need more evidence to draw from. And you've been saying, hey, I think he's already there now.
Yeah.
We put a poll out. It got over 1,600 votes, and you couldn't make it up. It literally ended exactly 50-50. And this has been sort of going week by week, because if we put this out last week or the previous week, it might be shifting towards not.
Yeah.
And then so sort of like almost like a power ranking conversation where it can be week to week. But with that being said, as you would have probably guessed, my answer is still going to be not yet. I believe he is on the right track, but I'm still saying, hold on a second, that like he just had his breakout game.
He did.
Right? You love to see it. It's what you would hope when you woke up yesterday morning that you would see against the league's worst defense. But I need more information. And this next chapter against Houston will be a really important chapter.
Well, technically, he didn't have a breakout game because you said it yourself. Last year against Atlanta was his breakout game when it comes to just like his best game because he didn't throw for an interception.
Well, I'm saying for this year because he's been in a bit of a sophomore slump, as we've kind of agreed here.
Yeah.
So he's like breaking out, what I hope, breaking out of this little slow start sophomore slump, however you want to phrase it. But yeah, I'm still gathering information, and
that's fair. That's fair. I'm not coming back for you now. The bus is closing now.
I told you I am moving at the same pace that Bo Nix is.
Well, Bo Nix is up there with me.
He's not up there with you yet.
Seat.
He's not up there. Phil,
he was on the bus. Go.
he was in the bottom third of the league in almost every statistical category coming into this week.
But this is why I asked you the question before the actual question about the Sean Payton. About do you think that this was Bo Nix being more comfortable with himself of running Sean's offense, or do you believe that it was Sean that's like, hey, I'm gonna just let you do your thing now. I'm not gonna just run 11 screens with you. I want to see what you can do. Now it's calculated because you're going against a bad defense, so of course Sean's gonna let him do it. But like it's showing us that like, hey, if Sean just backs off and just does his part, which is call the plays that he has been calling even when he was with the Saints, and let Bo do his job and execute the plays, it looks really good. But we have to figure that out, and that's why I asked that, because it's like, whose fault is it? Bo that's finally taking advantage of it, or is it Sean?
I know why we have these conversations, and we're doing sports talk radio, and we want to quantify it or give the biggest slice of blame pie. But in my opinion, like a lot of things in life, it's not completely black or white. There's a gray area in between. There's a reason. Sean Payton's really smart, and I know he can drive some people nuts, but Sean is an awesome football coach.
Very calculated, too. You understand.
He is. And so he has been protecting Bo to the degree he has for whatever reason. That is like his son. And I could see, you hear this from coaches like growing up. It's like, I'm only going to put you in a situation where I believe you can be successful. So Sean has been having the bit of a straitjacket on Bo, but I think it's coming from a good place of wanting to protect him.
That's his cue. He loves his cue.
He loves his cue. Oh my gosh, he loves his cue. But here, this was Sean Payton on Bo Nix's performance yesterday after the game.
His feet got away from him a little, but he bounced right back. He was magnificent. He was outstanding.
Magnificent. Now, he was initially talking about the interception, which go back and watch that interception. I mean, the lower half of his body, everyone just blaming that pick on Pat Bryant. Why? What? Tony Romo's on the call, and he's critical of Bo.
Yeah.
The head coach goes up there and says after the game, who's basically his football son, his feet got away from him.
And you have to also understand with Tony Romo, Sean Payton was Tony Romo's coach.
Correct.
So he knows the offense. He knows what Sean Payton wants. So if Tony Romo's up there telling you something, listen to him. He knows what he's talking about. One, he's smart as hell. Two, he's been with Sean, so he knows what Sean wants done.
No, that's great context too. But the way that Bo bounced back, it was just so healthy, and then the confidence started to grow, and then he's starting to play free of like, I can do this. I'm doing it right now. That pass down the left sideline to Pat Bryant, I don't think it's the best pass that Bo has thrown as a Bronco, but it's one of the best passes that we've seen this year.
What about the pass to Cortland Sutton? In between two defenders. Now, Court did a great job of focusing and catching the ball. That's why you're paying Court the big bucks, receiver one. But Court giving or Bo giving Cortland that opportunity, having the confidence to put it in between two defenders, like that was awesome to see from Bo. It's like you do have it in you. You have to have the confidence. You have to start to sustain some rhythm, which they were able to do, and then you got to give everybody that opportunity. Give them a chance to catch the ball. Stop overthrowing them, or what people want to say over Bo. Was it Bo overthrows?
Wait, what is? I've seen this too. Boverthrows.
Boverthrows. Like that's a cute little thing, but Bo, like let these people know. No, you can make these plays. You have to set your feet, like Sean wants to tell you and talks about, and have confidence that your receivers are going to go and get it, but give them an opportunity to go out there and get it.
Well, it was really refreshing to see.
It was. And
the hope is that this offense can build off yesterday, because if they do, the Broncos might have a Super Bowl defense. And ultimately, time will tell. But if you can get close, you don't need to be a Super Bowl offense, but if you can get close to being a playoff offense, and if you think they have a Super Bowl defense with a playoff offense, I mean,
look, this is how you become a playoff offense. You stick with your identity, which is running the football. That's what they did in this game. Yes, there's context to it. Dallas is not a good defense. But at least Sean said that first play, that first 15, I'm running the ball.
Yep.
I'm going to be a lot more balanced. J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey took advantage of those opportunities, which now for Sean, it's like it gives them more confidence. And now it opens up the play action, like we talk about, the RPO game. And everything is firing on all cylinders, and everybody's having fun. And Sean got everybody involved this time. And you look up and you score 44 points because of that. But it starts with establishing that damn run.
29 passing attempts, 28 carries of the football. I mean, this is the balance that we were hoping to see. And we've seen Sean Payton approach a game where you should have a lot of success on offense against a on-paper bad defense, and him get carried away and really wanting to showcase the pass game. He stuck with the run in a way that we had yet to see this year throughout the duration of the whole game. And it's so refreshing. I mean, Dobbins goes for over 100 yards again on 7.5 yards a carry, and he didn't have like some 80-yarder that Jonathan Taylor had. He's getting to 111 the hard way. Longest carry was 25 yards. Also love to see that as well. But then Harvey, I mean, we had been wanting to see more from R.J. Harvey.
Yes.
And rightfully so. And I thought he was mostly fantastic yesterday.
Yeah, when he had the opportunities, he took it and ran with it. He had that 40-yard touchdown. It was great to see. Even the development of that play, it was a great play call by Sean. But it was a greater play because of what R.J. Harvey was able to do. You got to see his burst, but he set up the blocks. He set behind those big offensive linemen, and when it was there, when that crease was there, he hit it.
Boom.
That's what you love to see,
Yeah.
and you want to see more of it. And it reminded me of that play with the Cincinnati Bengals, where you had it was a toss play to me, and I went for I'm gonna make up the number.
Don't say I went for You know exactly what you went for. Was it 67 yards? I think it was 67 yards.
67 yards.
Yes.
There we go.
57 or 67. I think it's 67.
Okay.
I think.
But Garrett Bowles pulls.
Yep.
That's what Garrett Bowles did. He pulled. He sealed that cornerback. You had Quinn Miners that took on 3 blocks.
Oh my gosh, he was so fun to watch on that play.
You had our guy Marvin Mims, who nobody's talking about, but he seals that block. And you had Cortland coming across from the other side, coming across to make sure nobody is going to catch RJ. Like, that's what you need to be successful. Is everybody has to be on the same page, all right, working for one goal. And that's to score a touchdown. Good job for RJ Harvey sticking in there and showing that burst. I want to see more, though. Give me more.
Well, this is Sean talking about that production from the rookie class.
A lot of production from the rookie class. Maybe they read someone's article, I don't know. But you had interception, touchdowns, I mean, it's great to see them getting the experience. Sometimes it's more difficult, but, Jade had the interception right before the half. That was a big play. Pat, all of it was good. It's hard to predict sometimes when you're putting your plan together.
Classic Sean Payton, little jab in there to someone. Like, do we know who he's talking about? I don't know. Say he might have read someone's article. And Sean's just so classic. Like, this is during the grind of the NFL season, right? And these coaches are like, man, I'm not reading anything. I'm not listening to anything. I'm just maniacally focused.
Not Sean.
Not Sean. He is.
Bring those articles.
He is.
See what they're talking about.
Sending a jab across someone's bow. I'm going to throw it out there to the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Do you guys know who he's talking about? Because I don't. But it was great to see, and you really can't make it up. Your first rounder, Jade Barron, has his first career interception. Your second rounder has his first rushing touchdown, plus another rushing touchdown, plus a schemed up receiving touchdown for a 3-touchdown day.
3 of them things.
From the second round rook. First time that's been done since Clinton Portis in 2002. And then, not to be outdone, Pat Bryant, catches his first touchdown of his career.
Mile high salute. Then gives the mile high salute. It was a perfect opportunity, and you've been saying this all along, Zach, with Pat Bryant. Is like, he deserves to have his moment. He's been blocking his butt off. He's been doing the dirty work, which he has been, and now he was rewarded at home, or in front of the home crowd, Broncos country, for his first career touchdown. And Bo Nix was able to get him the game ball, or his first touchdown ball, which you never want to lose. You always want to have that touchdown ball just to remember and to give it to your kids. And so that was great on Bo to find that ball and give it to Pat Bryant.
It came against a bag defense. Who cares? This was Sean Payton talking about that dynamic after the game.
Wanted to keep him last. That we went into the game. We recognized the injuries. There's a lot of injuries on our team throughout the league. That was unimportant to us. We just went in the game focusing really on what we do well. That's part of the game.
Well, I love it. It unfolded the way that you would hope that it would against a defense like that.
Yeah.
And R.J. Harvey, 6.5 yards a carry. Pretty cool. Or excuse me. The Broncos averaged 6.5 yards a carry as a team. And when Harvey scored his third touchdown right there in the middle of the fourth quarter, this is pretty cool because you think about how desperate this Broncos offense had been leading up to the fourth quarter against the New York Giants, right? So when Harvey scored that third touchdown in the middle of the fourth quarter, the Broncos had actually scored on 7 of 9 full possessions yesterday. And if you go back to the Giants game, they hung points on 12 of 14 possessions. I mean, this had been really hard to watch.
Yeah.
And we were hoping that the Broncos' performance in the Giants' fourth quarter could springboard them. We'll see what it looks like moving forward, but it appears to have done something.
It's like you got to get in some type of rhythm. I don't care who it's against. It's about trying to find that rhythm and stick with it. Find that identity and what's working and stick with it. Now you were going up against a bad Dallas defense. Now you're going up against one of the best defenses for Houston.
Yes.
So
top 3 defense.
Yeah. So you're going to figure out who you are, but you want to have a little bit of momentum going on the road, having to play Houston.
And I was worried about, and this is why I don't blame anyone that picked the Cowboys. You look historically, and Sean started talking about it right after the Giants game. You look historically when teams have a huge comeback that you drains you emotionally, and you leave it all out there, and you have to turn around and refocus and play the next week. And they had been on this crazy helter-skelter sequence with the London game and going to Philly, from there and all this stuff. For them to refocus the way that they did, huge kudos to Sean Payton, and he talked about it after the game.
I thought the work week was uniquely different, and I thought they handled that challenge of coming off of a crazy comeback challenge. The numbers are awful. And so I'm glad we addressed it at the start of the week. Leaving the stadium Sunday last week, I remember reaching out to Tony, and I said, I want the analytics, 5 minutes. The whole Joe Harrington literally put it in a 60-second film every one of those events, and then the following week, the other team taking a knee. And so our guys saw that right away, and they met the challenge, and they played well.
And this is where I think Sean Payton separates himself from a lot of other coaches. Sean Payton can dial it up. Sean Payton's got pelts on the wall, incredible resume, all this stuff. But like that during the work during the week, the emphasis on the odds are against you guys.
Yeah.
Like what you just did historically, like this is not new. Look what happens to people the next week. And then to make a video on it, to see the visual representation of the other team putting their knee in the ground in victory formation the week. I just think
it's all about the preparation, man. And that's what makes Sean Payton great. It's because he's always going to have his teams ready to play in knowledge of the game. Sean's always all about the knowledge, and he shares it with his team. Team takes it and runs with it. And this is why you don't have a down. Right, the Denver Broncos weren't down in this game. Offensively, they were ready to go because they know statistically it's up against them.
Yeah. All right. Great stuff. You want to react to it? RamosLaw.com text line is available to you, 303-713-1043. What was your single favorite moment from the Broncos win? I have mine. You'll hear it next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Don't miss Colorado football's 2 remaining home games of the 2025 season. Celebrate homecoming with the Buffaloes as CU faces the Arizona Wildcats on Saturday, November 1st. Then lock in your seats for Senior Day against the reigning Big 12 champs, Arizona State, on November 22nd. Great seats are still available at beautiful Folsom Field. Visit cubus.com/tickets or call 303-492-8282 and be there as Ralphie 7 leads the charge for your Colorado Buffaloes.
Some things in life should never be trial and error, like do-it-yourself dentistry or messing with your home's electrical wiring. That's where Piper Electric comes in. They've been powering homes with expert electrical service since 1983. From simple fixes to commercial and industrial work. Need an EV charger? They'll plug you in without the sparks. Right now, get $50 off your next service. Call 303-422-9219 before you DIY yourself back into the dark ages. Piper Electric. Leave the electricity to the experts.
Hey, Stokely here, and let me tell you, fall golf is the best golf Colorado has to offer, and it's not too late to get fully dialed in for the last few months of the season. At Embers Golf in Westminster, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf lovers like you. It's a boutique-style shop, family-owned, with 2 hitting bays, all the major brands, and fully upgraded custom shafts. Come in for a full bag fitting. Trust me, there's nothing else like it around. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Fall weather is on the way. Are you and your vehicle ready? At Castle Rock Chevy GMC, we've got you covered with certified service. Right now, when you purchase an oil change, tire rotation, cabin air filter, and engine air filter, we'll throw in a set of free wiper blades, because clear vision on the road is priceless when the weather turns. Don't wait until the first storm hits. Swing by Castle Rock Chevy GMC today and keep your ride running smooth all season long. Castle Rock Chevy GMC, where hometown service meets unbeatable value. Castle Rock Chevy GMC.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with Todd Whalen from Advanced Tax Solutions. Well, Todd, with the IRS away during this government shutdown, awesome opportunity for people to take care of their IRS problems.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit counterintuitive, but if you think about it, there's nobody trying to get a solution right now. So if you're thinking like an offer and compromise, now's the time to get it done. If you wait until the hordes show back up and the IRS is super aggressive, you've waited too long. If you owe the IRS money, this is the perfect time to submit an offer and compromise. It won't get better than this. It really does seem like, wow, hey, who cares? IRS isn't even sending notices. But if you don't want to be at the back of the line, because they are going to open again, and they're going to be aggressive. They need money. So now's the time. Get to the front of the line and get a solution while it's friendly. Don't wait for the fire. Do it now.
With more than 30 years of fighting and winning against the IRS, this is the guy you want in your corner. Todd Whalen, Advanced Tax Solutions. Give them a call today, 303-753-6040.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1. All righty. Reaction Monday, looking back at the Broncos game in all of its splendor. 20-point win over Dallas. What was your favorite singular moment in the game?
You know, Zach, it's going to have to be with the running back, R.J. Harvey. We've been harping on him. We said, hey, like, he doesn't look like the guy we thought he was going to be early. And for him to be able to go out there, it was well played. It was a well played design by Sean Payton. But for R.J. Harvey to set up his blocks and see the burst there at the end, and then for him to have 3 touchdowns altogether, I mean,
crazy.
It was a great performance for him, and hopefully a confidence booster that he does belong in the league. Although you're a second-round draft pick, obviously Sean and George think highly of you, but you go out there and have a game like that, it sparks some type of confidence within you and within the team, and you can probably catapult yourself into more opportunities like this.
Well, you know what? If you're, and I said this earlier on a video for social media, go watch it. Instagram, ZBy23. Like, if you're George Payton, and now I know, and there's context because Sean Payton's such a big part of the draft too. But if you're George Payton and your first-round pick has an interception, your second-round pick has 3 touchdowns, and your third-round pick catches his first touchdown, you're probably sleeping really good last night.
Yeah, you got the sunglasses on, probably drinking a Mai Tai, just enjoying yourself.
Yes. I mean, that was just so cool. I love that they were all having success on the same day.
What's your big moment?
My favorite moment came in the fourth quarter with Dondre Tillman.
Intercepted. That's Ellis. No, it's not. It's Tillman. Look at Tillman running. That is Dondre Tillman with the interception.
How fun was that play from Dondre Tillman? I had no idea physically that he was capable of something like that.
Well, he said he was a tight end in high school. Yeah, he said that he used to play tight end in high school and he used to get the ball all the time. But my man was looking for the end zone. He said, I do not care how many people try to hit me. I'm bouncing off of them like I'm Jerome Bettis, the bus. I'm going to do a sidestep, a dead leg, which was ugly, but hey, he's a big man.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was truly going to take it to the house.
I love it. Good for him. Good for all these guys. We'll do game balls at the very end of the show. But until then, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
Man, Brian Kelly. Out at LSU. LSU dropped to 5-3, 2-3 in the SEC. The university decided to move on from Kelly. He's believed to be owed $53 million in his buyout. We are in for a historic amount of money. FBS schools have committed to fired coaches over $150 million in buyout money. And there's a lot of, and we talked about this last week, really in advance of Kelly potentially getting fired, that would become the best job available. And
you said that was the first domino that needed to fall.
Yes.
In the college football world.
That's the big one. As big as Florida is and Penn State is, and I'm speaking for myself because I know people will disagree, I think the LSU job is the number 1 most desirable job that will be open this year. And, man, there's a lot of smoke around Lane Kiffin right now and what he's done at Ole Miss, and could he be headed to Baton Rouge? The whole this offseason is going to be fascinating, and the offseason basically is starting right around now.
Now, Zach, have you seen anything like this in the college football world where you have coaches being fired? Like, this seems like a certain amount of coaches being fired, and we're not even done with the season. You can still got 4 games left in the season, and you already have almost, 10 coaches already fired?
I mean, it's insane. The LSU job, Penn State fired Franklin. Florida fired Billy Napier. Oklahoma State fired Mike Gundy. At Arkansas, Pittman was canned. Virginia Tech, UCLA canned Foster. Oregon State canned Bray. Trent Dilford was fired at University of Alabama, Birmingham. Jay Norvell here locally.
The great Norvell.
Shown the door in Fort Collins. So, I mean, this is crazy. Will there be another opening in Boulder here soon? We will talk about it. We will talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. We got all week. But, yeah, just crazy sequence. Brian Kelly out as quick as he came in. It feels just like yesterday. He was using a fake accent to endear himself to his new community.
What about that video that was cringeworthy of him with that kid, and he was dancing? And
yes.
Like he was trying to
oh my
gang sign.
Yes. The recruiting video when they're like spinning in a circle. Oh my gosh, so cringy. Yeah, it'll be interesting where Brian Kelly does eventually end up next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
Any thought, by the way, before we move on from our friends behind the glass, Drew Spivak, Dante Gomez? I know we're all huge college football fans. Any thought at all?
Yeah,
go ahead, Dante. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said the LSU job is the best job in this cycle. It might be the best job in college football.
Could be.
Out of any of the jobs, it's the only Power 4 school in Louisiana, and Louisiana's chock full of talent.
It is.
I mean, you look at every coach that's been there. It's the last coach to get hired there, not win a national title, was hired or left the program in 1999, 25 years ago, before Brian Kelly. Every 3 coaches in a row all won national titles there. It is a breeding ground for winning national titles and winning in general. So that's going to be a huge question mark who takes that job.
Good thought, good context there, DG. So who is that? Nick Saban, Ed Orgeron, and
Les Miles.
Les Miles, that's
Yep,
right. Les
yep.
Miles.
So they were there from 2000 to 2022.
Wow, incredible. That's a great fact. Drew.
What do you think Brian Kelly's fit would be in Boulder? That's all I want to know. That's what I want to know.
Simmer down, Drew.
There will be a time. There will be a time. There will be a time that we have that conversation. Now is not that time. Although I love.
Are we sure about that?
You throwing up gang signs, going around, making videos with the players. We don't want that.
You hire Brian Kelly showing up in a cowboy hat. You just know it. Say, I've always been a fan of Boulder.
He has some fake Colorado accent, like. Yes.
All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, happy sports equinox. All 4 major sports will play today with Monday Night Football going down. Kansas City at it tonight against Washington. World Series game number 3 tonight. And you have 11 regular season NBA games, and you also have 2 games happening on the ice in the NHL. This does not happen a lot at all. Today is the day.
This is crazy. This is fun, like, because you get any flavor that you want. Vanilla, all right, strawberry, chocolate. If you want a mixture, you can.
Love it.
I'm going with the Monday Night Football game, though. The Chiefs, I want to see them fall again. I want to see them get beat tonight.
Do you know what that ice cream is called when it's chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry?
Spumoni, isn't it?
No, Neapolitan.
Oh, Neapolitan.
Yeah, Neapolitan.
Yeah,
Neapolitan. All right.
What did you say? What is that word?
Spumoni? Come on, you never had Spumoni?
No. What is that?
I don't know.
Some high-end stuff right there,
Things
huh?
like mint or something. Mint chocolate, maybe.
I love me some mint chocolate chip.
You love that
I
one?
think that's
I
my
used to
favorite
when I
kind of
was
ice cream.
ZB, have you had the mint Oreo?
I have not.
You got to try that. If you like the mint, because it's still got the same mint, but it's just
Yeah,
Oreo.
yeah.
Better than chocolate chip.
Favorite ice creams, real quick.
Hey, straight up coffee. Coffee ice cream.
Coffee.
Yeah,
okay. Drew?
Just straight chocolate.
Straight chocolate.
I think it's mint Oreo.
Love it. All right. We saw something over the weekend that I believe is a sign of things to come. That's next.
The Broncos followed up their magical finish last week with a dominating win over the Cowboys. Have Sean Payton and Bo Nix finally shown what Denver's offense is truly capable of? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I should have had Done Right do it. Don't be that person that says this after ordering your remodeling project. Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, owner of Done Right Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. Simply put, we make people happy by being particular, just like you. 800-362-8370.
Peyton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
How good does it feel to let go of 82 pounds in just 16 weeks? And I feel free. Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results.
In 16 weeks, I lost 82 pounds because I had learned how to eat smarter. And that's what soda does. They don't just help you lose weight fast, they help you keep it off with habits that last a lifetime.
No hunger, no shots, no guesswork.
You probably saved my life. I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight. I went on soda, and now I'm healthy, and I just got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real support to help you let go of the weight for good. And now it's easier than ever. Join Soda Weight Loss now, and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, Dan, that spaceship-wide lunch meeting at noon, please say it's not more astronaut ice cream and powdered orange drink.
Negatory. Ground control hooked us up with EasyCater, so now we can order from a galaxy of restaurants with tools to stay on budget and meet our dietary needs.
Thank heavens. My dairy tolerance and anti-gravity is not great.
And with EasyCater, it's all on one simple platform, so we can focus on space stuff, like that asteroid. So how about tacos? Hold the cheese.
EasyCater, a stellar way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday.
Eight-year-old football.
It's playoff time, though, Zach. It's playoff time. I remember those days. Oh man,
Phil,
it gets rowdy.
Phil, I hate it. These kids are 8. My son's 7. 7 F-bombs. Nose to nose. Like, dude, I'm like, this is crazy.
Did your kid, did the team, got me over here stuttering, did the team win?
They didn't win the whole championship. They won their first 2 games and lost in the semifinals. Okay. And man, it was just great experience with this team that we were on. But it was just a little bit too much. A little bit, some of these parents, man, and I'll say our parents were great, but a lot of aggressiveness. Like, man, you start using a kid's name and you're talking to the kid. What are we doing? What are we doing? So, all right. Something else I saw over the weekend that I believe is a sign of things to come. Because that youth stuff isn't going to get better as they get older.
No, it gets worse.
God almighty. You see the Nuggets dominate the Suns?
Let's go.
Saturday night,
man.
133, 111 in the home opener. Kind of a different game from Jokic if you watch the game. You look at the final stat sheet, 14 points, 14 assists, 15 rebounds.
Took
Jokic,
one shot in the first half.
Yeah, it was a weird Jokic game, man. He was in one of these moods. I have no idea. It looked like it was game 58, not game 2.
Before you go into it, do you think it was calculated, though, for Jokic?
Yes.
Where it's like, hey, it's a new team, and not really a new team when it comes to the starting five other than one, Cam Johnson. But do you think that was, like, intentional of him? Say, let's just get everybody involved. It's home opener. I need help.
You know what? I think that it's calculated, but I don't know the source of why he operated that way. That could have been, but he also looked like, honest, if I'm just being real, he looked like he was in a terrible mood on Saturday night. And again, he's a human, so maybe something happened before the game, but I mean, from intentional fouls to just body language and disposition, it was kind of weird. And then again, we've seen him do this before when he just like, no, I'm not shooting the basketball tonight.
You shoot it.
I mean, it's just like, so that was different. He records a triple-double, the 166th triple-double of his career. The 69th triple-double before the fourth quarter ever starts. I cannot believe that is a real stat.
The man's not human. He's not human. He finds ways. He finds ways to get everybody involved. And look, because of that, you had firepower offensively, and everybody was involved. That's what you love to see.
Yeah. You know who looks great?
Oh, I know. Go ahead, say his name.
Jamal Murray. He looks great. He looks great.
First 2 games.
He looks trim. He looks motivated. And he scored, man, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think it was 23, I want to say. I'll pull it up here for sure. But he had like 25 in game number 1.
Yep.
So Jamal Murray's start to the season, let me get specific here. Yeah, it was 25 and 23. I did remember that right. So he's averaging 24 after 2 games. Too early to look at averages, but I will tell you, there is something specifically with Jamal. There is something to be said for the first 2 games of the season, scoring 25 and then 23. I went and looked back at the first 2 games of the season of his entire career. Just 2 games, but it's the best 2-game start to a season Jamal Murray has had in the NBA.
But he knows that. He's put it out there when he was on the podium that he needs to have a fast start. David Adelman, my guessing, has had conversations after conversations with him and like, hey, we got to get you involved. What do we need to do to get you going early? Jokic is another one that's like, hey, dude, I need you this year. How can we get you going fast? And for Jamal, one, he's healthier, he's slimmer like you just said, but he's getting that separation. You're starting to see him separate himself from the defenders. Now, can he sustain this? Who knows? If he can stay healthy, get in more shape as time goes on, it's going to be a beautiful sight to see. And you and I know that we're not winning a championship without Jamal Murray.
Nope. And after 2 games, over 51% shooting, you absolutely love to see that. How about Jonas Valanciunas? On Saturday night, 12 points against the Suns. I'm telling you, that's a huge deal. That's a huge deal. You know how many times the Nuggets had 12 points, from their backup center last season?
0.
Once.
Ooh.
Happened 1 time, and it's happened in game number 2 already. It's a huge deal. So I can't wait for the next chapter of this basketball team, beginning tonight against Minnesota. No Ant-Man. So that's a little bit disappointing. But I believe this team is going to turn into a wagon. Cam Johnson looked much more comfortable on Saturday than he did in game number 1. So looking forward to the next chapter in this story. And the bench, oh my gosh. And we'll get into more of it tomorrow as we're so Bronco-focused today, and rightfully so. But
what about the bench, though? What do you love about the bench so far?
Brother, I am taking a scoot forward in my seat when the bench comes into the game. Almost like if I'm watching a show, watching like or a movie, and I go, I know this character. I've seen him in this movie, but now he's in this movie. Like I've seen Tim Hardaway in the playing for these other teams. Now he's playing. I've seen JV.
Every time Tim Hardaway shoots, I'm like, man, like it's gonna come. It's gonna click for him over and over because that's just what he does. He's a vet, but it's just fun watching him out there put on the points. It's fun watching Jokic sit on the bench, knowing that you can still generate these points throughout Jonas, throughout any of these players. It's just fun to watch, and they're in all these other starters like AG, like Jamal. They're gonna get the rest as well, the built-in rest that you need for later on down in the season.
And that's the dynamic that we talked about before tip-off of game number 1, and it reveals itself already in game number 2. The Denver Nuggets have not blown teams out here in recent years. And you have your first blowout, the load management. This is what SGA and the Thunder had last year.
Yep.
Organic load management, where you're sitting in the fourth quarters of these games. All right, we'll circle back to Nuggets a little bit later in the show, and definitely again tomorrow after their game tonight. Did the Broncos turn a corner of Bo-leavability yesterday? That's next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. What's going on, guys? Phillip Lindsay here. And I have a little obsession I want to talk about. And that's with Daisy's French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching any big-time game. And now that Daisy's has come out with the delicious Daisy French Onion Dip, along with a Daisy Ranch Dip, these are definitely game changers that you're going to want to try out. They're as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients that you can find in your own kitchen. So if you want to be blown away like I was, then you need to give Daisy's French Onion Dip a try today. You can find Daisy's French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. With just a friendly tip here, I like to remind people that they never want to be gambling that the person that hits them has good insurance. So I want you to take a look at your insurance policies. Check and make sure that you have two things. One's called MedPay coverage. You want to make sure you have that. And then also UM/UIM coverage. This will protect you in case you get into an accident and the person that hits you doesn't have good insurance. If you have any questions, just give me a call. 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they've got a great deal on windows, so take advantage before the snow starts falling. Order your windows in October, finance your project with them, and you won't pay anything until November of 2027. Be warm during the holidays. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the cold weather arrives. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
It's the Medicare Advantage annual enrollment period, and Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a hop, skip, drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop, skip, drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop, Skip, Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Did the Broncos turn a corner of believability yesterday when they put the boots to the Cowboys? Talk about
all over.
They really did, man. Stomped the mud hole in them. Stomped a mud hole in their chest. This Friday, have you guys heard the news? We are heading out on the road again. All right, we're heading to Skippy's Bar and Grill off of East Iliff Ave in Denver for Bud Light Football Friday. We'll be broadcasting live from 2 to 5:30 p.m. Stop by and say hello before you take the kids trick-or-treating. All right, Bud Light is going to be giving away a pair of tickets to Broncos Raiders on Thursday, November 6th, along with 2 Bud Light VIP tailgate passes. You have to be 21 to enter that contest. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Are you going to dress up for Halloween, Phil?
You know what? I'm not. My wife wanted us to dress up. We didn't get it in time. She wanted us to be, I want to say, the Gru characters. You know, I was like, okay, well, who's going to be the minion?
Yeah.
Who's going to be Gru?
Yeah.
So, you know, we were going to do something like that, but no, Phil wants to be a werewolf. Sophia was Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So that's happening?
Yeah, so
okay.
that's going to happen. We had the trunk or treat. On the
Oh, yeah.
And so we went there. We got some candy, and they got to wear their costumes. So.
Well, I love it. My daughter is going to be a unicorn.
All right.
My 3-year-old, Mia. And my son, Owen, 7 years old, is dressing up as a football player, NFL football player.
Oh, so you gotta love it.
Love it.
Yes, Josh Allen. Blue 99.
It is Josh. It is Joshua. It is Joshua.
You probably was like, if you're gonna dress as a football player,
No. That is the last thing. Like, do. But this is what he wants. He's obsessed with football right now. Obsessed with it.
You have to love that.
All right. Did the Broncos turn a corner of believability yesterday? I mean, Denver dominates Dallas 44-24. Broncos, along with the Patriots, longest win streak in the NFL. I think that was the most complete game we've seen this football team play since mid last year, a 38-6 beatdown of the Atlanta Falcons.
I think you're right, Zach. Against the Atlanta Falcons, where it was 38-6, like you just got done saying. Week 11, Bo Nix didn't throw an interception. He had an 85% completion rate. You have to love it. All 3 phases played excellent. You're playing against Kirk Cousins and was still able to dominate.
And that game, that game, they had him in such a vice grip that at the end of the game, your boy came in, Michael Penix Jr.
Oh, yes.
Just like the end of this game, oh my gosh, what's his name from Tennessee? Joe Milton.
Yeah.
So you love that. Like anytime like they're finishing the game with a backup quarterback and the starter's healthy, and same goes with the Broncos. Bo's on the sideline like he's back at Oregon.
Stidham, go in there, man. Go in there, get you some reps. Go in there, get you some player performance. A player performance check. Get a couple handoffs, take a knee, and be done. So Jarrett Stidham has the best job on the team. The backup quarterback position. When you have a really good quarterback that's going to play a bunch of games that you know is the franchise quarterback, you're just sitting there just milking it, getting $10 million just to look pretty. You got to love it.
But we don't see that a lot. We see it in college more, where the game's so out of reach, you're finishing the game, with backups to keep your starter healthy. We just don't see that a lot. Are the Broncos, in your opinion, more believable today as a contender than when you woke up yesterday morning?
Heck yeah. Look, I don't care about the Dallas Cowboys being down and out. I don't care that the Dallas Cowboys had a bunch of practice squad players playing defense. That's their problem, not ours. What I'm looking for is for the Denver Broncos to finally put a full game together, not just offensively, not just defensively, but special teams wise as well. And that's exactly what we got. All three phases dominated. Bo Nix looked really, really good. Of course, he had that interception, which was on Bo Nix. Okay, guys out there, it was on Pat Bryant. No. Bo Nix didn't set his feet. He threw the ball blindly. It got picked off. But what Bo Nix did after that, that's what you love to see in a quarterback that you believe can be your franchise quarterback. A guy that can take that bad play, say one snap and clear, and then start to dominate. And then have the run game like we did against the Dallas Cowboys. We were able to do whatever we wanted to do every time the offense stepped on the field. Defense was able to stop an offense that has been explosive without even having to blitz as much as they usually do. That's impressive. 21 pressures on Dak Prescott. Although we only got 2 sacks, pressures are like sacks at some point because now Dak Prescott is forced to make a bad decision, and now you have interceptions, and we had 2 interceptions because of that.
Yeah, they moved him off of his spot. Dak was moved off of his spot. Just every snap, it felt like.
Yeah.
Every snap, and he's going to make plays. He's Dak Prescott. He's really good at what he does. He's got really good receivers. But, yeah, it's so encouraging. And I thought it was Bo Nix's best game of the season. I think that Falcons game is still in a tier above this from an individual performance-wise because there was no turnover, and he still threw 4 touchdowns that day and 85% completion, as you said. But, man, this is right up there. I mean, this is right up there for the best game that he has played. And really, football starts and ends in the trenches, and that was a game where the Broncos, I thought, dominated up front on both sides of the ball. Some of the openings that they created in the run game were like you hit pause.
You could have ran through some of those.
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
And no disrespect, but like
no.
You, as a running back, like you hope for a break like that where it's like there's nobody in front of you. You run for 10 yards before getting touched. Like that's how you get to 100 yards. That's what Jonathan Taylor's doing. He's finding ways to bust 40, 50, an 80-yard run, which skews his stats. But that's why you end up being the leading rusher in the NFL when you can break these long tackles or you're not touched.
Yeah, it's really encouraging. And at one point, Tony Romo says to Jim Nantz what you just sort of said to me. Romo's like, Jim, you could run through that hole. Like you could create an explosive through that hole. Just hats off. And really, Sean Payton too.
Yes, you have to give it up to Sean.
Sean, I thought, was in his bag. You watch Harry Potter? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah. Was it Diagonally? Was that when he throws a little dust and goes to Diagon Alley or something like that?
I forget the exact sequences. But I do remember Hermione.
Okay.
Remember Hermione? And she has basically a limitless bag. So her bag, she could reach in there and it's magical. Sean had a Hermione type of bag yesterday. Whatever buttons he pushed were the right ones yesterday, almost all afternoon.
I'll tell you what, Sean would be part of Slytherin, though. He's not being Gryffindor.
He would be part of Slytherin for sure.
He's going to be a bad egg.
That is so funny.
On this day, on a Sunday, yesterday, he was a good egg. He was able to get things going. And, Zach, the beautiful thing about Sean Payton yesterday calling these plays, everybody touched the football.
It's true.
Evan Ingram, Marvin Mims out of the backfield as a receiver, Pat Bryant in his first career touchdown, Cortland Sutton started picking on that cornerback that had no right to be out there.
Oh my
now.
gosh, I almost felt a little bit bad. Just like 1%. Like 1% bad. What was his last name? Was Bridges?
It was something like that.
I'll find out here in a second. But yeah, that was, man, and on the Troy Franklin touchdown. On the left side of the end zone, when he's got the whole end zone of space to work with.
Yeah.
I mean, it was goodness gracious. That was pretty Swiss cheesy. It was, but you apologize for nothing.
No, this is the NFL. It's hard to win games in this league. That's their problem that they weren't ready or, hey, their players are not healthy. For some odd reason, and I don't want to bring us bad juju, but that's been our superpower is we've been able to stay healthier than other teams. It's just awfully funny that every time we step foot on that football field, and it's not an excuse, it's just a fact, that we have some type of advantage when it comes to a team not having a particular player.
Yeah.
Usually it's either like a young rookie that's in his 4th or 5th game, or it's a backup quarterback. In this case with the Dallas Cowboys, it's a horrible defense that's on like their practice squad cornerbacks.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow, like it's the green lights yet again, just like last year, which you need to have. You have to have a little luck in this league if you want to get to the mountaintop, and it starts with health.
Well, it was the Bridges kid,
His name's Bridges?
a 7th-round rookie out of Florida.
Ooh-wee.
Out there. Bridges had a bridge to nowhere. I mean, there was nowhere. There was no cavalry coming, no help coming. I mean, just goodness gracious, just on an island and getting skewered by this Broncos passing attack. Well, you love to see it, man. We have been craving this. Is there context to why it was that degree? See, here's where I stand on this Broncos offense. This Broncos offense is better than what they were showing against the Jets or the Titans or, the Giants for 3 quarters or what have you. They're better than what they had showed. Are they 44 points a game? No, they're not.
No.
So they have to live somewhere in between.
Are they believable, though? In your eyes, you're looking at this team contending for a Super Bowl. That's what Sean said before the season even started. So that's what I'm looking at this team as. Like, are you a Super Bowl contending team? We know defensively they definitely look like that. Offensively, are you starting to come around to like, okay, yeah, I can envision this offense getting things going. It doesn't have to be 44 points, but stay on that football field, score some points, and try to find yourself in that Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm thawing out to the idea of it for sure, and I still want more information, but goodness.
You're human. You're like, everybody wants more.
Yeah.
We're all greedy.
No, in terms of the offense in particular. Because if you have a Super Bowl defense and you can get to a playoff caliber offense, which it has not been to date, particularly in the passing game until yesterday, run game's been pretty good mostly. You start to round that corner of believability. But that being said, winning 5 consecutive games in the NFL, the Broncos just rattled off as many wins in a row as I watched this football team win in 2017 season. So
maybe even 18. We won 6 games.
6 games.
Right.
6 games in 18.
You were just trying to help me out.
I was.
All right,
to keep you out of it. You were a senior. You were a boy.
Like,
you were but a boy.
2018. All those players there sucked.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh,
there was
man.
winning players on that losing team. I'm looking at one of them for sure.
Thank you, Dad.
All right. All right. It was a youth movement yesterday at Mile High, and it turns out the kids are all right. I want to talk about them next.
With 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey, the first career score for Pat Bryant, and a key interception from Jahdae Barron, the Broncos rookie class was on fire against the Cowboys. Is Denver's young class peaking at just the right time? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Help elevate your company's pride with workplace tips from Cintas. The right workwear helps your team look and perform their best. Cintas has work apparel for almost any job imaginable. Your team gets garments that are breathable, comfortable, and hold up to any job. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week with no upfront investment. It's all part of Apparel Plus from Cintas. Learn more at Cintas.com.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room ahead of the holidays. It's possible when you call American Financing today. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and credit card rates are insane in the 20s or even 30s. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt with rates in the low 5s. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and save money every month, all without upfront fees. Their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise without having to change jobs. Call American Financing before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Don't miss Colorado football's 2 remaining home games of the 2025 season. Celebrate homecoming with the Buffaloes as CU faces the Arizona Wildcats on Saturday, November 1st. Then lock in your seats for Senior Day against the reigning Big 12 champs, Arizona State, on November 22nd. Great seats are still available at beautiful Folsom Field. Visit cubus.com/tickets or call 303-492-8282 and be there as Ralphie 7 leads the charge for your Colorado Buffaloes.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
It was a youth movement yesterday at Mile High, and it turns out the kids are all right. Man, oh man.
They're growing up.
Pretty cool to watch a batch of young players in wholesale fashion go dominate a football game. Denver scored 6 touchdowns versus the Cowboys, with all of those touchdowns coming from players that are 24 years old or younger. 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey. 2 by Troy Franklin. And a single tug to Pat Bryant. And it's so cool to see them sort of bud. You know,
Yeah.
I'm like springtime, it's just like budding, and I'm like,
It's clicking for them.
yeah.
At the right time. Like,
Yeah.
you talk about with your kids. Like, and I always tell my wife this, like, at some point it's going to click. It's going to click. It may not click right now, and that's fine. But at some point it will click. And for the Denver Broncos young players, it clicked. Now, can they sustain it? Can they be consistent? That's on them. It's all about preparation. It's all about feeling good and confident in what's being asked of them. And honestly, it's about putting more on their plate when they're ready for more. So, for example, R.J. Harvey. I keep on saying, like, you earn your stripes to be out there. Well, you go out there and you have a 41-yard touchdown. You have 3 touchdowns, or 41-yard touchdown and 3 touchdowns altogether. You deserve more reps. You deserve to be more implemented more in the game plan. So moving forward for Sean, it's like be more creative with R.J. Harvey, which he will and he has been.
Well, it was so refreshing to see. What an afternoon for Harvey. Like, and you've lived that life.
Not 3 touchdowns on one game. I mean, how does that feel?
That's crazy. But I'm talking about just like having your breakout game as a rookie player.
Yeah.
Like R.J. Harvey has got to feel like he is walking on air today.
You feel on top of the world. You feel like it's like finally this is what the Broncos country, this is what the fans get to see. This is what Sean Payton has been waiting for me to do, and I got to go out there and show it. I do have it within me. I do have it inside me to go out there and be an NFL player, not just an NFL player, but a good one at that. Hopefully this kind of gets him, jump starts R.J. Harvey to understand that, like, man, you are talented. You're a bigger running back, lower to the ground, but you have speed, power. Utilize that. Trust this offensive line. That's what JK's doing. And the reason why JK's having success is he's very patient. But he's been in the league so long, he knows what to expect. He knows what he needs to do. For RJ, when you have your opportunity, go out there, run hard, break a couple tackles, and pick JK's brain. And let this kind of organically happen for you, which it seems like it is.
Well, you love to see it, man. You absolutely love to see it. Here's Sean Payton after the game talking about the production from this rookie class.
A lot of production from the rookie class. Maybe they read someone's article, I don't know. But you had interception, touchdowns, I mean, it's great to see them getting the experience. Sometimes it's more difficult, but, you know, Jade had the interception right before the half. That was a big play. Pat, I mean, all of it was good. It's hard to predict sometimes when you're putting your plan together.
Well, to have it all happen on one day, and then you throw Barron in there. We were talking about the offense more, but you throw Jade Barron. So your first-round pick has his first interception of his career. Your second-round pick has his first rushing touchdown of his career and goes for 3 total touchdowns. First rookie to do that since Clinton Portis over 20 years ago back in 2002. And then your third-round pick, Pat Bryant, catches a touchdown. So his first touchdown. I mean, that's a lot of that's like a coming-of-age game for this Broncos rookie class.
Ask me this. Was this calculated? Did Sean know that, hey, we're going against a Dallas defense that, 1, is not good, but 2, you look at the injury report, you got a bunch of practice squad players starting this game. This is the time to get everybody involved. This is the time to open the playbook for someone like Pat Bryant to have his first touchdown and R.J. Harvey to be highlighted when you get to the red zone. And Jade Barron, which Jade Barron's defensively, you got to make your own kind of magic. Like, you have to be in the right place.
Sure.
You think it was calculated?
I do. Yeah, to an extent, I do.
Which is fine.
Yeah. And like when you're in a position of strength, and this is where it can get tricky because Sean's in a position of strength, and then you can let maybe some agenda stuff come into play. The problem is if you're doing that and the game is more 50-50, you know, and we've seen that. But yeah, like, so when they get on the 1-yard line and they're putting R.J. Harvey in the Wildcat, like, he wants that rookie running back who he has put his chips on to score, and taking Dobbins out of the game. right? The veteran player.
Pat Bryant getting the first, honestly, this was the first time I saw Pat Bryant open up other than blocking or maybe a slant route or a dig, which is like 10 yards and come back. This is the first time that Pat Bryant really got to get a fade route, beat the defender, and have a touchdown opportunity.
Yeah. So, absolutely love this. Someone on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Zach with 3 exclamation points. You said RJ wasn't it 2 weeks ago. Now, this is the retroactive, low-hanging fruit of the benefit of hindsight.
Yeah.
Guess what, bud? 828. Throw your name. Oh, it's Doug. Doug. He's throwing his name at a.
He's not afraid. He's like, my name is Doug.
Well, he didn't throw it on that one. It's a previous one from earlier in the day. But Doug, guess what? It was true at the time. RJ Harvey was not producing, and this is the first true full-blown semblance of a real outside of just like a moment. He had a moment against Tennessee. He hadn't had a game where he had a double-digit carry, since week 1. So
he did have a moment in this game too. He went for 40 yards,
Heck
40-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
You take the 40-yard touchdown away, which you can't do. I mean, it's not like he was chunking plays like J.K. Dobbins. So RJ, yes, he did his part and he had a great run, but be consistent. Now it's time to do it against Houston. We're going to need the run game, and not just J.K. Now it's RJ.
Yeah.
Now expectations are a little bit higher for the rookie class, the younger players. We need you guys to step up if we're going to be able to beat Houston on the road.
Yeah. And for the record, no one said, hey, he's not it.
Come on, Doug.
No one said that. He's a rookie player. We're just evaluating what we're saying.
Yeah, he's not him yet.
No.
It's not him.
No. All right, great stuff from the youth movement. Hey, really quick story.
Yeah.
Talking about youth movements. My son playing in this flag football. And
it's like illegal gambling for your son already, huh? Fantasy football. I got you.
I may put a line on the game and gamble with other dads. No. Obviously kidding.
Throw it away.
We got a spread to cover, son. I know you're up 3 scores, but no. So he's playing flag football, and he's the youngest kid on the team. They got him playing quarterback, and there's this kid on the team, Jackson, who's the best athlete on the team.
Yeah.
He's fantastic athlete and football player.
You talking about me or a kid?
And, no. So this kid Jackson Figures, and so we love this kid. We like their family, and his dad introduced himself to me earlier in the season. I'm Will. So his name is Will Figures. And so another dad says, hey, Will, he was a basketball guy. He played at Northern Colorado. And I look him up. I'm like, wow, yeah, no, he was a Division I point guard. Like, that's cool. And my 3-year-old at the practice, two practices left in the year, my 3-year-old Mia, in her big mouth, she's walking around practice apparently telling people, my dad's on the radio. My dad's on the radio, right? And so Will's like,
take that.
He's like, that's cool, right? And then he goes to my wife. He's like, your daughter was saying your dad's on the radio, and she goes, yeah, he is. He's on the Fan. And he goes, who is he? She goes, it's Zach By. He does the show Phillip Lindsay. He goes, we're standing next to each other all season. He goes, shut up. He goes, I listen to Zach and Phil every single day.
But usually a lot of times people hear your voice and it's like they can say, oh, that's Zach, usually.
But sometimes not.
Yeah.
Check out the punchline to the story. I show up to the game the next Saturday. He goes, dude, I didn't put it together. I've been talking to you every week. I didn't realize I'm listening to you as well. He goes, my dad's Deion Figures. They put him in the College Football Hall of Fame last year. 1st-round draft pick for the CU Buffs. I'm like, wait, what? What?
Small world.
So my son is throwing passes to Deion Figures. They've been on the same team. I had no idea. So shout out Will Figures and Deion Figures.
So now there's a dynamic duo going.
It's just, I'm like,
a quarterback receiver relationship already.
Pretty cool.
It is cool.
Deion Figures' grandson is pretty cool. All right. So shout out that family. All right. What did we make of the Broncos defense that dazed Dak and Dallas? That's coming up next.
The Buffs came out of their bye week and got blown out by Utah, suffering the worst loss of the Coach Prime era. Can Colorado regroup and keep their bowl hopes alive? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Broncos country, happy Victory Monday. As you already know, football is back and it's in the thick of things. And summer is officially over. And that means it's time for the game days. That's what it's all about now. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there on time and in style. And speaking of going to the Broncos games, you can get up to 30% off of your ride to the games with Hermes Ride for the entire season. All I need you to do is mention that code PL30. Again, mention the code PL30 when you're booking your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And let my friends at Hermes Ride handle all the traffic and parking hassles. Let them get you to and from the game safely so you can focus on the important stuff, like watching your favorite team stack those wins or making as many memories as possible with your loved ones and friends. So give Hermes Worldwide a call today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, give them a call at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 10 years. I noticed that I was really tired. I was lethargic. I didn't sleep really well, and I was overweight. My waist was 4 inches over what it should have been. It was really difficult for me to lose the body shape I didn't like. And of course, my marriage, yes. No man in their 40s wants to have low libido in their marriage. I'm really thankful for this therapy because it just makes me feel the man I want to be, active, at home, everywhere. If you're feeling like I was, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get checked. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Thanks, Greg. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
If you don't think doing a quick and free check of your finances is worth it, let me share this recent customer story. Jason and Barbara H. from Denver called us wanting to see if they could save money. Credit was okay and there was a good amount of debts. Their fear was another lender they went to first, shame on them, told them yes in the beginning and then denied them during the process. When they called us, we not only approved the loan, we saved them $3,900 a month.
What? $3,900 a month?
Yes, this couple just saved $3,900 a month by calling U.S. Mortgages. And best of all, with our lowest rate for life guarantee, if the market improves in the future, even as little as 0.5%, they can redo the loan and increase their savings further without any lender or appraisal fees. You could be our next success story. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here for 5280 Exteriors. Big deals on windows and siding. Order in October, finance with them, and pay nothing until November 2027. Be warm for the holidays. Call 5280 Exteriors. Low monthly payments. 5280 Exteriors. The altitude of quality.
Ever tried fixing an outlet yourself? First, you watch a DIY video. Then you grab your tools. Next thing you know, sparks are flying and your hair looks like you just licked an electrical socket. Let's avoid that, shall we? Piper Electric has been providing expert electrical service since 1983. Repairs, upgrades, EV charger installations, even commercial and industrial. They do it all and do it right. They're giving you $50 off your next service. No fried hair required. Call 303-422-9219 today. Piper Electric. Leave the electricity to the experts.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Mixing it up. Mixing it up on a Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday after the Broncos put the boots to the Cowboys.
Yes, they did.
What'd you make of that defense? Dak came in scorching hot, 13 touchdowns and no interceptions in the last 4 games. 0 touchdowns yesterday, multiple interceptions.
The defense is doing what we thought and think they should do, is dominate. Now, although, yes, Denver's defense only had 2 sacks, they had 21 pressures. And the thing about the Denver defense is VJ didn't bring a lot of blitzes. One, it's hard when you have 2 number 1 receivers out there, and if you don't get the pressure and you leave these cornerbacks on an island, it's hard for them to do their job. So you want to kind of stay in zone and make it harder for Dak Prescott to read. But when your front 4 can still get to the quarterback and put pressure on Dak and make it hard, make his life hard, and force him to make bad decisions, that's what you love to see. When the Denver defense is able to get 2 interceptions, that's what you love to see. So the defense, although at times they bent, they let Javonte have 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
It's okay. They were able to make the plays when it mattered the most, and that's what it's going to be. You're going to be in dogfights. This offense you went against was number 1 in total offense. Like they were blowing people out. They were scoring a bunch of points. That wasn't the case against Denver because we're an elite defense, baby.
Well, you love to see it. You love to see it. Javonte, another 2 scores. A lot of them were kind of circumstantial, right down tight in there. Javonte, by the way, when he scored his first rushing touchdown, his 7th rushing touchdown, and then eventually got to 8 of the season, surpassed the Dallas Cowboys total as a team from last year. So think about that. The Cowboys last year had 6 total rushing touchdowns. Javonte in week 8 produced more than they had as a team all last year. Here is Sean Payton, his thoughts on the defense.
I thought, it's hard to sack him, but I thought we affected him. That was important. I thought our red zone defense forcing, the very quick sudden change, forcing a field goal. I thought those were important plays for us. I just didn't think they could keep up with what we were doing. So I had said to the defense periodically, can you guys keep up with us? Yeah, I thought it was a pretty one-sided game.
Sean is an absolute trip. Sean is an absolute trip.
Hey, keep up with us, y'all.
Your offense has had 2 left feet for 2 months, and the first time that it's fired on all cylinders, you're going over periodically and saying, can you guys keep up with us?
Hey, come on, y'all.
That is hysterical.
Do y'all's job. I'm doing mine.
Dude,
offense is doing theirs. What about you guys?
That is so good. That is so Sean. I mean, you can't make it up. Oh my
Sean's
God.
a player's coach. As much
Sure,
as he may not like the media, people may not like how he is. The players usually love Sean, and they're going to go to bat for Sean because of what he brings to the table, and he always protects his players, always having fun with them. Now, he's going to make sure they're uneasy. He's going to make them all walk on eggshells because he expects excellence. But, yeah, man, this is, I guess he's poke funning of the defense, and the defense reacted in going out there and having 2 turnovers.
Crazy. Love it. I mean, you just love it. You just love it. Sean is one of a kind. Here is more of Sean Payton talking about challenging that defense.
I love the fact that we took one of the top defenses in football against one of the best offenses, and we won, all right, on that side of it. And then the other side of it, it wasn't close. So I was proud of our defense. We challenged them like, hey, we'll get a chance to see, we're not playing maybe some of the teams we've had prior, but they responded.
They responded in a major way, and it was a one-sided affair. It was and Dallas, and I mentioned this on Thursday, they're just a different team when they're away from Jerry's World.
Yeah.
They're actually averaging 2 touchdowns less in road games than they do at home. They get on that fast track at home. I mean, they are really, really tough. But get them in a place like Denver against a defense like this, pack a lunch, long day.
There's no place like home for the Denver Broncos. I mean, when they're on a 9-game winning streak from last year to now at home.
Yeah.
That's like it helps out when you have to come to Denver. It's already the altitude's a problem. But Broncos country, they show out. They're loud. They're hostile. It could be a hostile environment here when you really get going and you can get them into the game. And how do you do that? 1, defensively, get the sacks. Number 2, score points. Score points, and that's what we did.
You remember who was off to the best start at his position in NFL history coming into Sunday? Jake Ferguson.
Yeah.
Remember, he was like the only
touchdown
player that was entering, after the first 7. It was the only tight end in NFL history that had 51 catches and 6 touchdowns in the first 7 games of the season. Like literally no precedent. Against the Broncos, 0 receptions. 0 receptions. He got 1 target. You remember what it was?
Was it? It was in the end zone, wasn't it?
It was Jahdae Barron's pick.
It was Jahdae Barron's pick.
That was Jake Ferguson's 1 target. Was the interception from the rookie Barron.
And Dak was like, I'm never going to you again.
Yeah, you actually suck.
Yeah, our relationship is over. It's over, Jake.
I mean, think about that.
State Farm.
The greatest start to the tight end position through 7 games in NFL history, goose egg in Denver, Colorado.
And that means that they had a great game plan. It was a great game plan, finding ways to make sure that Jake Ferguson did not beat them, especially in the red zone. And you look up and Jahdae Barron has his first interception on Jake Ferguson? Are you kidding me?
Pretty cool.
Great.
Love to see it. All right, switching gears here just a little bit, and for just a few, Deion Sanders has played or coached in over 300 football games, and Saturday was rock bottom. You'll hear from him on that topic. Also, Broncos are the hottest team in the NFL. We've been asking to see something. We finally saw it yesterday. We'll talk about all of that as we are on the doorstep of 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. but the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
The cost of everything is still out of control, and many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created a smart equity loan, a solution designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike a HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment, giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes 10 minutes to get started with no upfront or hidden fees. Call American Financing today and start saving now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches. All styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. No shipping your watch off to the internet site and waiting to get a check. Bring your used Rolex into Matthews. We have been servicing Colorado since 1951. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. Matthews, we buy, sell, and service Rolex watches.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
It's the Great Pumpkin, Colorado. Rock Creek Farms Pumpkin Patch and Corn Maze is one of the oldest in Colorado with acres of pumpkins to pick, miles of mazes, baked goods, and more. Get your tickets now at rockcreekfarm.com.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Deion Sanders has played or coached in over 300 football games. Went back and looked at that. And somehow Saturday was the lowest point of his football career, according to him. And you'll hear from him in just a second. Got to tell you, Guys, this Friday we're heading to Skippy's Bar and Grill off East Iliff Ave in Denver for Bud Light Football Friday. We'll be broadcasting live from 2 to 5:30. Stop by and say hi before you head home and take the kids trick-or-treating. Bud Light is going to be giving away a pair of tickets to the Broncos-Raiders game on Thursday Night Football, November 6th, along with 2 Bud Light VIP tailgate passes. Must be 21 to enter that. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Mr. Buff.
Yes, sir.
There's a difference between winning and losing, losing a game, and whatever that was on Saturday night, man. That was really, really hard to watch.
Yeah, it was a massacre. Like, literally from start to finish. Literally, the second play of the game when the young freshman quarterback,
oh my,
his first career start, dashes down the field for a 65-yard touchdown just to come back the next drive because the offense didn't do anything. Shocker. To get the ball back, and then running back dash for 53, 55 yards.
Incredible.
Like, it's one of these things, just like, what are we doing offensively? But then again, it's like when your offense goes, or defensively, then again, when your offense goes 3 and out, majority of the time, you put your defense back in there in bad situations, they're going to break, which happened, and you put up 43 points in the first half.
Unthinkable, 43-0.
Like, what are we doing? Like, this was horrible. It reminded me before I got to Colorado, and I've been a part of some ass whoopings. All right, like it builds character, I guess. Nobody wants to be a part of them.
Let's go with that.
But before I got to Colorado, I was able to go to a couple games because I was in-house. I was down the street.
Like an in-state recruit.
In-state recruit. And we went to an Oregon game. It was Oregon versus the Buffs. This is when Marcus Mariota was there. I want to say this was his last year or second to last year.
Okay.
And they had.
And are you a senior in high school at this point?
I was a senior in high school.
Okay.
And it was maybe even a junior. Let's go senior. Let's go senior year. Kenyon Barner was the running back. I want to say LaMichael James was there. Maybe he was hurt. And so it was a Kenyon Barner show. And, Zach, they put 70 on the Buffs.
Yeah.
With the backups in.
70-14.
Oh, there you go.
Found it.
So we scored 14. And I remember my father looking at me as Kenyon Barner's running down the field for another touchdown. And he said, "Son, you sure you want to do this?" And I looked at my father and said, "Dad, I want to be the change. I want to be one of the reasons. I'm a $160.
Yeah. Be the change you wish to see in the world.
I want to be the reason why
we
rise from the ashes." And in 2016, I got my glory for 1 year. But that was the last time that the Buffs that I seen out there got beat that bad. And to be honest with you, the Utah Utes could have put up even more points.
They could have. They took their foot off the gas offensively. And, that day back in 2000 and what was your senior year? So this 13. Is like, so this is like 2012 or 70-14. DeAnthony Thomas.
Anthony Thomas
went crazy, as did Kenyon Barner. And it looks like they stopped scoring in the fourth. Oregon did, so it was 70 in the first 3 quarters. Now
that's bad.
It was. I'd never seen any. I had not seen a first half like that outside of like a top 25 opponent in September in like the non-conference. I watched Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks beat Portland State 81-7 a few years
the Oregon
ago.
Ducks.
But that was, man, Utah had 416 more yards in the first half. It's the most of any FBS team in any half this season. Utah ended up outrushing the Buffs by 384 yards. I can't believe that is true. It's the largest negative differential for CU going back to a 69-19 loss at Nebraska in 1983. And Caden Salter, a part of me felt bad for him during the game. They were just on him like a pack of dogs. And when he did have the chance to make a play, he can't. He's and again, we're criticizing the performer, not we're criticizing the performance, not the performer.
Yeah.
He's not a Power 5 quarterback.
No,
and
it didn't look like it out there Saturday night in a very late night game, and he had 37 yards. We're talking about Caden Salter, 37 yards passing, 1 interception.
Crazy.
It wasn't good enough, but it's not just on him. I mean, the play calling was not there. The Buffs looked like they were not ready to play, even after having a break, coming off of a bye.
That's troubling.
giving up a special teams trick play to the starting tight end, which is like, dude, you have a starting tight end pass blocking and blocking so that the punt doesn't get blocked. He's going out for a pass, and Kyle Whittingham has always been a coach that has some trickery when it comes to his special teams, always. And then defensively, nothing has changed. That special team or the defensive coordinator has been there for almost 20 years.
Yeah, it's true.
And for him, it's like he's always brought pressure. So you had 2 weeks to prepare for a defense that's going to bring pressure, that hasn't done anything different than what they have been doing this year, in a special teams coach, because Kyle Whittingham is a special teams coach. That's what people don't know about him, is he started off as a special teams coordinator and then grew into being a head coach. So he always has some type of trick up his sleeve when it comes to his special teams. He takes that very seriously, and you guys got to see it on Saturday night.
Well, soon as they attempted that fake punt, I got the Oregon flashback from not last year, but the season before when CU was riding high. And Dan Lanning did the whole, hey, this isn't a Hollywood movie.
Yeah.
We're not doing this for clicks. We're letting our pads do the talking. And they did the same, something similar. It's that was a bloodbath, Phil. That was an absolute bloodbath. As was CSU's game. There was no new coach,
Bump.
Dead cat bounce type of scenario like that. That didn't happen. And I'll tell you this too, for the same reason that several CU players, and we don't know how many, but we know it was enough where Dion commented on it, didn't come back on time after the bye and serve some form of suspension, is part of the same reason why I'm deeply concerned about this group sticking together down the backstretch. And, Dion has this program has been sort of branded as transient. He's the portal king, and I just have a feeling that these guys, they're going to be packing their bags here. A lot of them. A lot, if not most of them. And they turn into independent contractors through the last 4 games of the year. And CU and Deion Sanders doesn't have enough culture to draw from to have it
stay together.
These guys stick together.
Yeah. It is going to be interesting to see how this team bounces back after being humiliated. Because that's exactly what it was, being embarrassed.
Yeah.
And so do you have enough fight in you? Do you have enough dog in you, since everybody thinks they're a dog, to go back out there after getting that ass handed to you, to go back to work? It's the hardest thing to do, Zach. And I've been a part of some butt whoopings. And the hardest thing to do is to wake up that next day and go back to work. To wake up the next day and watch film, knowing that you're going to be criticized, critiqued, and it's not going to look good. I used to hate that. But what do you do with it? You have opportunities after this to make everything go away, get another win, but you have to stick together. Caden Salter, you're going to be the starting cornerback until you're not, until they decide to go with Juju, if they ever.
I was going to say, I'll tell you this, man. When they made that change, in my head I was saying, don't put Juju in here. You cannot. And they put Ryan Staub back in there just sort of get through the game.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You got to be careful, because you don't want the tone-setting nature to this young man's college career to be thrown in an environment that is chaotic and calamitous.
Obviously, Juju is not ready to play. He's a 5-star, and yet he hasn't touched the field other than that one time. And even with that one time, it was a couple plays, and he was done.
Right.
But then you start to watch to see. This is why you don't like film being out there. You don't want to videotape everything that's going on in the building, because there was a situation where Coach Prime is walking up to Juju and kind of chewing him out a little bit. Juju reacts by kind of wanting to talk back to him. Well, that gets back to everybody's talking about it now. That's like, okay, Juju, is he mentally ready to play? This is probably why he's not playing. And so for Juju, it's like he's still young. He's a baby. He's 18 years old, has a lot of growing up to do.
Can I give you pushback, though?
Oh, please do, because I think for me it's like, does this kid, before you give me the pushback, does this kid even come back next year? Like, those are like kind of questions that you have to look at when you're watching like the little videos, and I know they're little videos.
Yep. But this has been a concern of mine surrounding Juju Lewis since before the season started, with the timeline to play him. You can say you want to bring him along and protect him, but if he feels like he should be playing and he doesn't play, he's got 5 stars next to his name, I would just assume that he's going to hit the portal. Don't know that to be true at all. But my pushback would say, why isn't Juju ready to play? Bird Ficklin's a true freshman.
Yeah.
Who they just saw on Saturday night. The BYU quarterback, Bear Bachmeier. He's a true freshman. These are true freshmen who have played against Colorado. And so, again, I'm not up there and inside the 4 walls.
So do you think it's like the from what it sounds like, I don't want to put no words in your mouth. It's like the coaching. When it comes to like whoever's the quarterback coach or developing this young man, why is it taking so long to develop him or give him an opportunity because they're nervous for him? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, I think that could be part of it. And I told you before, I do not think this is a well-coached football team. I don't think Deion Sanders is some great coach. I think he's a motivator, a recruiter.
You're only as good as the coaches around you.
Well, and I don't trust Pat Shurmur. I'm wondering, and truly, think about this. What if it's Juju who's like, maybe don't play me because you can burn your red shirt.
Yeah.
And so,
sure.
Again, totally speculating because I'm trying to realize if you're that bad at quarterback and you have this kid that has 5 stars next to his name and you're playing against multiple true freshman quarterback as recent as 72 hours ago, it's like, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. And I'll tell you this, Warren Sapp needs to stop that little pregame ritual. Hey, I'm being serious. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
He's done that his whole life, his whole career, I should say.
Well, he's now a coach.
Right? See Coach Prime went in there and put the
It's a silly routine.
pylons back together.
These are grown men, like in their 50s. Like, come on, you're a coach. You're no longer a player. You did that as a player, cool. But you're a coach. You're a leader of young men. It's just a bad look, especially when it ages like this. So this is Deion. Am I crazy for saying that?
No. I mean, I look at it too. It's like, why? Like, why,
attention.
Why do you do it?
Attention. But this is CU football. Like, sometimes it's rooted more in attention than substance.
Yeah.
In grinding and silence. Here's Deion after the game.
This is bad. It's probably the worst beating I've ever had, except for when my mama whooped me as a kid. 422 yards rushing, you ain't winning. You're not winning. 300 yards, you're not winning. 250, you're not winning. It's not capable. Total offense, 140 yards, you're not winning. You're not winning. They had 587 yards of total offense. You're not winning. With that, special teams gave up a fake punt as well as a block punt. You're not winning. So all 3 phases, we got our butts kicked.
Man, but you know what? He's not running from it. And there is nowhere to run.
No, you can't.
You're
there.
You're there.
You're the head coach.
You're there.
You have to take it on the chin, go back, look at your coaching staff and say, what do we have to do to get this team through the year?
Yeah.
And players-wise, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to be remembered as?
Yeah.
As a unit that couldn't get it done and you only win 3 games?
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Well, he certainly took it. I don't know if it was on his chin.
Oh, look at you.
He took it, though. All right, this is KKFN. KKFN, HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You don't ever take it.
We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. Woo! Navigating our way into hour number 4 here on a Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday. 24 hours, just about exactly 24 hours ago, where the Denver Broncos beat the boots off the Dallas Cowboys in a way that not many people saw coming.
Beat them like they owed them money, huh?
Truly. And a 44-24 uppercase W. The NFL is not set up for blowouts like that. And I know there was a handful of blowouts yesterday in unusual wholesale fashion. But the Denver Broncos hanging 44 and now having the longest winning streak in the NFL, tied with just the Patriots at 5 games consecutively. Longest home winning streak in the NFL extends from 8 to 9 games after yesterday. I mean, this was as close to a masterpiece. Considering the game had a spread of about 3 points, this was not supposed to go this badly.
What would have made this a perfect game? Bo Nix not throwing the interception? Bo Nix running for a touchdown? Like, what would have made this a perfect game? Because there's no such thing as a perfect football game, but this is close to it.
Yeah, I would just say, Dallas scored in every quarter. They scored a touchdown in the second, third, and fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Maybe a lower point total. I don't even need to see Bo Nix run for a touchdown like in a game like that. When it's that one-sided, I don't want to see Bo run at all.
He didn't. He wasn't pressured. My man's probably I'll never forget, Zach. We played the Green Bay Packers. I think you remember this. After that Green Bay Packer game, 2019, played Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers goes to the podium.
Yep.
He says some disrespectful stuff. Says that. Do you remember what
he says our equipment staff doesn't need to wash my jersey today. And then
He's not lying.
And then he went on to say that post game that he was going to pour himself a 4-finger pour of whiskey. So think about your 4 fingers on the side of the glass. That's a stiff one.
Meanwhile, we're walking to the plane, pouring us a stiff one.
Yeah.
And sad.
Yeah. No, it was that type of one-sided affair where in hockey we'll use the phrase like, the ice was tilted.
Yeah.
One team's just going downhill on the other, and that's what yesterday signified against a Cowboys team that came in as the number 1 offense in the NFL. They were humbled in a major way by this Broncos defense. But I think the bigger story, I know the Broncos defense is good, but we have been asking to see some semblance of a well-rounded, consistent offense for the Broncos. Because despite being on a 4-game win streak coming into yesterday's game, there had been times we'd be having conversations when it didn't feel like the Broncos had won 4 straight because of how hard the offense was to watch. Man, that changed in a huge way yesterday afternoon.
I'll tell you what, Zach, you felt it. You felt it from this offense. Everything was working for them. The run game, beautiful. J.K. Dobbins over 100 yards. Honestly, could have probably ran for 150 yards if they would have let him. He had 15 carries. I said get him to 20. Give him to 20, you win the game. You give him 15, you still win the game. All right, R.J. Harvey busting a 40-yard touchdown. 3 touchdowns on the day for that young man. That's impressive. Bo Nix, he just looked a lot more comfortable, setting his feet, all right, hitting everybody that was open, hitting the middle of the field. All right, deep balls were connecting. Yeah, he missed one to Troy Franklin.
Yes.
But that was double coverage. And if you go back, Zach, and you really watch the film, he should have hit Cortland on a shallow route coming across field. Cortland was one-on-one. He was in front of the guy. I know Bo Nix wants to make the big plays. He wants to show and prove to Zach Bide that he can connect on the bombs. And so he tries to hit Troy. But overall, everything was working. Sean Payton had a great game plan. Offensively, when it came to the run game, he stuck to the identity that I've been telling him about. But he also opened the doors for Bo Nix to prove to everybody he can do it. And that it's not about check downs to him, that he can hit the middle of the field, the check downs, and, of course, connect on a couple deep balls.
Well, it was that was probably my favorite dynamic and was a sight for sore eyes, is watching Bo push the ball down the field.
Yeah.
And despite some of the success, and because Bo has had success, it didn't look or feel like the way that we wanted it to, but quarterbacking a winning football team. But when you start to see it push down the field, it's like, okay, this looks like it could be a real NFL offense. And if this can be extrapolated through the rest of the season, and it doesn't have to be 44 yards per game, because the Broncos offense is probably somewhere in between what we saw against the New York Jets when they're trying to win 13-10 and what we've seen the last 5 quarters, right?
You're talking about the points.
Yeah, it's like, do I think the Broncos are a 44-point game offense? No, of course not. But they're also not as bad as they were showing through the first 6-7 weeks of the year offensively as well, particularly with the pass game. So it's like I'm even more fascinated to what's next? Can this be replicated? Or because, again, throughout the week, we're going to have conversations that I already know is like, is it chicken or the egg?
Of course.
Like Dallas's defense looks so bad that several points in the game, Tony Romo is saying to Jim Nantz, Jim, you could have ran through that hole. On the one touchdown, I think it was to Pat Bryant when he says, this is routes on air.
It was, that was Cortland's. That was it was his bomb.
Okay.
And it was in between 2 defenders, but nobody gave Cortland any type of pushback. It was like he was running free.
Okay, so that's when he may have said,
and
okay.
That's what he was saying. It was probably routes on the air for the receivers all day, though.
Sure. And so like, again, like, so there's context. And that's how I think you get to 44.
But you need a game like this.
Sure.
When you have struggled. You need a game where Bo Nix feels comfortable and he's having himself a day. You need a game where everybody is getting involved, not just Cortland Sutton, but Troy Franklin, 2 touchdowns. Not just Troy Franklin, but Marvin Mims getting out there. Now, he got his head peeled back when he was a running back and he had a toss play, but he's being involved in the offense, and you love to see that. Evan Ingram's another one, getting him involved early. So it was fun to just watch this team put it all together, but specifically the offense put it all together. And now, people out there right before the game, Zach, saying, hey, there's rumors that we might go out there and get a tight end or a receiver.
Yep.
But then when you see something like this, where you dominate and there's context to it because the Dallas Cowboys were playing practice squad players. Should Sean continue to stick with his game plan, his vision with this team? Or should Sean still think about adding more weapons to this team, knowing that you have a great chance to make some noise in the playoffs?
It's a fascinating question. And I'll ask a similar question in a different way. And this will be probably more for, the rest of the week. So I don't want to get too, I don't want to get too bogged down on it, but like, will they add pieces? That's in one wing of conversation. And then another one is, will Sean continue to allow Bo to push the ball down the field in your next game against your next opponent in a way that you really did not through the first 7 games of the season? Not to say that they didn't try to take shots here and there, but in general, nobody in pro football was throwing more passes 5 yards on the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, or behind the line of scrimmage than the Broncos. Yesterday, it was 13 attempts that were down the field. I don't know if that's going to become the norm. That's a big question I have.
But it has to be the norm because the cat's out the bag. Look, this is what it looks like when Sean Payton is able to open up his playbook and push the ball down the field. This is what it looks like when Bo Nix gets into some type of rhythm. And so now he's able to make the plays. It was a beautiful sight to see where Bo Nix was able to step in the pocket 2 times to Troy Franklin. One where he was able to step foot in the pocket. The safety came down. Bo Nix was able to get him the bite on the pump fake, and Troy Franklin was able to hit the middle of the field, catch the ball, and go for another 15 yards. It was a beautiful sight to see when Bo Nix was able to be confident, set his feet in the pocket. Even when there was a blitz, J.K. Dobbins picks up the blitz. Bo Nix steps and climbs the pocket a little bit more, and then puts it over the top to Troy Franklin for a touchdown.
Yes.
You can't hide this anymore. This is what it should look like moving forward. Now, is it going to look as pretty as it did against the Dallas Cowboys? No. But we cannot go back to running screen plays because you want to protect Bo. Bo needs to either succeed or fail, and Sean needs to let him do that.
Well, and you know what's something we saw from Bo, and someone on the text line's pointing out our conversation that we had last week, Wednesday or Thursday. There was a handful of Bo's passes where they were more like tempoed passes or layered passes and not everything on a rope. That was one of our criticisms through the first 3 quarters of the Giants game. It's like, dude, you got to mix up your pitches. Everything can't be a fastball. And specifically, we're talking about the Garrett Bowles play where he got batted down at the line of scrimmage, a wide open touchdown. He had the early pick. Now, I was on Twitter. I said, yikes, that's as off target as a pass you'll see at this level.
And it was.
That was on Pat Bryant. I'm like, I don't know. I actually don't think so. Look at Bo's body when he threw that pass. Just like mechanics all screwed up. And Sean was asked about Bo's performance after the game. One, Tony Romo, who's like Dallas's all-time leading passer, and was pretty good. Knows what he's talking about. He put the pass on Bo, despite people wanting to defend Bo at every single opportunity. But it sounded like Sean, even after the game, when asked about Bo, referenced that it was on Bo as well.
His feet got away from him a little, but he bounced right back. He was magnificent. He was outstanding.
He was magnificent. It was one of the better games that he played, and you got to give him credit for staying in the fight after that early turnover.
Yeah, bouncing back. It was so early, too.
I think it was his second pass.
It was, and it was out, here we go again. But for Bo, it's like, hey, one snap and clear. The one snap and clear mentality. It's a long game. You have probably Cortland talking to him saying, hey, it's okay. That was Pat Bryant we're talking about, where Pat Bryant and Bo, they're not going to be on the same page because Pat Bryant doesn't get targeted a lot. So, yes, Zach, it was on Bo Nix. If Bo Nix slows his process down, sets his feet like Sean just said, you hit on Pat Bryant, and now maybe even Pat Bryant breaks that tackle and goes for a bigger run. And for Tony Romo to go out there and say it, we should all listen to Tony Romo because of what you just said. And guess what, guys? Tony Romo was coached by Sean Payton. He understands what Sean Payton wants done. He probably understands the play concept. So, let's listen to Tony Romo, who's very smart and good at his job.
Well, good for Bo for bouncing back. It's a top 5 game that he's played, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, yeah.
His game against the Falcons last year when they won 38-6, when he threw 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and completed 85% of his yards, that might be the best game he'll ever play because that's hard to replicate. But that game, like this game, ended with teams' backups finishing the game.
That's what a franchise quarterback does. He puts people away. He puts teams away that don't belong on that football field, Zach. We got a franchise quarterback, and some people may not agree with it just yet. Some people are all on board, but at the end of the day, we're winning games. And you have to have a quarterback in order to win games.
I'm all on board with Bo Nix. I'm just not 100% all on board with that label. That's a really high bar to right now say this guy's a franchise quarterback. Coming into this week, he was bottom third in the NFL in almost every stat, but he's well on his way. That was an important chapter yesterday.
Because I'm going to keep asking you this question.
That's fine. Honestly, you can ask it. Just make sure you ask it when it doesn't go well as well.
And I will.
Okay.
But it has been going well.
For the team.
For the team.
Not necessarily for Bo. Again,
but I still ask.
This is why yesterday was important. Because the more of these moments in games, because it's not just moments. I mean, that was a game. And you get to just file it away and stack it like a brick into your NFL library.
Yeah.
I mean, it's massive. It's just massive. And there's a lot of people on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, pointing to, hey, it was the worst defense in the league. Here's what I would tell you. It's been such a slog offensively. It's been such a slog that you can't cherry pick when to give a thumbs up, in my opinion, because I just watched the same offense 2 weeks ago go up against the 31st ranked defense in the New York Jets, and first downs felt like touchdowns, and you had to gut out a 13-10 win. So if you're gonna be upset with the offense, this is what I would say. If you're gonna be upset with the offense after a game like that, just allow yourself to take a deep breath and be congratulatory or positive.
It goes back to how human beings process things. Like there's somebody out there that's not going to be happy no matter what you do. You can have a great game, and they're going to have an issue. The Dallas Cowboys are a bad defense. We understand that. But if Denver goes out there and lays an egg like you just got done talking about, then we got to go in here and critique this offense yet again, and we don't want to do that. We want to be able to say, hey, against bad football teams, we dominate, which they did. Now, of course, you got Houston, who's ranked number 3 when it comes to their defense. Let's see what they do against them. But I'm not going to sit here and apologize for spanking some ass on another NFL team. They put that out there. That's their issue. And a superpower of the Denver Broncos, as of right now, knock on wood, everybody, as we've been able to stay healthy. That's something that a lot of teams around the NFL are not able to do.
Yeah.
We're getting green lights when it comes to that. The Dallas defense was banged up. All right, so you have to go in there and you pull your practice squad. Well, that's why you hope that you add practice squad players that are ready to play. If you don't, you look like you did against the Denver Broncos. For the Denver Broncos as a whole, they've been getting the green lights when it comes to quarterback play. All right, either it's some rookie or it's a backup. That's their problem, not ours. We're taking care of business, and that's all that matters.
Well, 44 points yesterday. That's the most in any game going back to your rookie year. And the one of the great guarantees in the history of NFL football, right after Joe Namath in Super Bowl III, it's Von Miller saying they're going to go beat the one-win Cardinals with Josh Rosen. That was the last time that the Broncos put up a number like that. 44 in the NFL is really hard to do. And again, I think the thing I'm most encouraged about is Bo Nix pushing the ball down the field, in addition to the run game. But going 7 of 13 on attempts that traveled 10 yards in the air for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, really good, really healthy, something to build off of.
We asked the question last week, well, whose fault is it, the blame pie? Is it Bo Nix holding this team back, or is it Sean Payton holding Bo Nix back? When you watch this game and you watch what Bo Nix did, and it was masterful. But then you go back and you watch how Sean Payton called this game. It was masterful as well. Who is it? Is it Bo Nix that's like, hey coach, just let me go? And Sean finally said, you know what? It's calculated. We're playing against a bad team, but I am gonna let you do what you want to do. Or is it Sean saying, look, I'm about to just dial it up and you need to be ready. I'm tired of holding you back, but I'm also tired of protecting you. You got to go out there and play. Which one would it be?
It's a great question. Remember the question. Put a pin in it, because we do have some breaking news in real time. From Ian Rappaport, within the last 120 seconds, Broncos cornerback Patrick Surtain, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, suffered a pec strain in the win over the Cowboys. He's considered week to week and could land on IR. But solid news. Doesn't feel so solid to me. Doesn't sound like worst case scenario.
Oh no, it could have been torn. He would have been out for the season.
Yeah. So I guess maybe it is solid news. Maybe that's the right phrase. But not great for PS2.
No, it's not. It's not great for the Denver defense. It's not great for the Denver Broncos though, because PS2 has been so dominant that you one-side a team. You one-side to a different to Riley Moss's side, but you also know Riley's going to get a bunch of work so that you can tailor things towards that and have somebody over the top to help Riley if you have to. Now that Pat Surtain is out, Riley Moss is now the starter. Chris Abrams-Drain is the backup. That's going to change the way of how you think about the defense, especially when you're going up against C.J. Stroud. What do? Do you add more pressure? Do you take some pressure off because you want to help out with Riley Moss and Chris Abrams-Drain? It's going to be different of how they game plan against Houston because PS2 is not in there.
All right, so not ideal breaking news. Pat Surtain, pec strain, considered week to week, may end up on IR. This is going to be a big story here in Broncos country.
4 games. If he's on IR, he has to miss 4 games.
Right.
For sure.
Right. In that same vein, in that same game, or in that same vein, Riley Moss.
Yeah.
Where are you at with Riley Moss? Because Riley Moss, on an afternoon like yesterday, has become a lightning rod of a conversation within Broncos country. I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that Riley does that irritates all of us. It's the penalties. It's giving up chunk plays. But the thing about it is, guys, is when you have PS2 on the other side of you, you know you're going to get a bunch of work. The thing is when VJ's defense forces you to play man all game and you're on the island by yourself going up against elite receivers, let's make no mistake about it, the Dallas Cowboys had 2 number 1 receivers.
Totally.
You're going to get beat sometimes. When your technique is not there, when your eye placement and your footwork is not there, you're going to get beat. You're going to have to hold at times. Like you're getting penalized when you're Riley Moss. It seems like you're getting penalized at a high rate because of who you are, because of what you have done in the past. And it seems like referees talk, and they do talk. They talk when it was a Garrett Bowles.
Yep.
You have a target on your back already when they go into the game and say, hey, like, look, we have to be careful with Riley because he's handsy. He's aggressive. So if there's a situation where you have a good receiver that doesn't come down with the ball or it looks like he's being held, we're going to throw that flag. Everybody talks, even the referees. With that being said, Riley Moss is having a really good year. He's holding his own. He's a cornerback. You're going to get beat. But Riley Moss bounces back. It seems like he has that one snap and clear mentality where everything goes out the window. It's like it's just next play. You have to be that way if you're a cornerback. And he's still making plays. 4 pass deflections.
4. That's the 6th most in any game in the history of the Broncos.
You're going against CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
Right.
The best, probably the best of the best. Like there's not a lot of receivers out there like them.
No, they're among the best 1-2 combinations in the sport, along with Cincinnati, Philadelphia, 1 or 2 other teams. And like your workload is the most in the NFL, literally. Riley Moss has been targeted more than any corner in pro football because you're opposite of you know who. But that being said, he is allowing the lowest completion percentage of any cornerback when the ball's thrown his way. So how can, see, this is where I struggle with sometimes fans or even people who do this job. Like, just don't tell me he stinks. Like, you don't have to tell me he's God's gift because I know he's not. But if we got hyper-focused on 31 other NFL teams on their second cornerback the way that we do Riley Moss, we might circle back and have a renewed appreciation for Riley Moss.
Well, it's awfully funny that everybody's like, oh, Riley stinks. But it's like, you don't want to bench him because who else do you have?
You wouldn't want to do that.
No.
Nope.
Because actually Riley is doing a good job, a really, really good job. That's why his teammates continue to prop him up because they see it too during film work. PS2 sees it during film work. But us as fans, you see a couple chunk plays and now a guy sucks. That's not how it works.
No, it's not. And when we watch Riley, we do not see someone who is out of the frame because he's getting juked out of his shoes. Like, we see balls getting caught on him, and he's got tight coverage, and these guys get paid too, and some of these guys are elite wide receivers. Yeah, it doesn't mean that he stinks. We gotta show a little bit of grace. And I know on game days it can be reactionary, but I'm seeing like, hey, Riley Moss is nothing but burnt toast and this stuff. It's like,
Damn.
no, it's like not actually at all. The numbers don't say that. Sean Payton doesn't say that. His teammates don't say that. And my eyes don't believe that as well. So the run game.
Run, young man, run. Was it rumble, young man, rumble?
You're on it. So, but let me ask you this as a running back. Curiosity question.
Yeah.
And I'm being serious. What would you rather have? Because we had a rookie account for 3 total touchdowns yesterday in R.J. Harvey.
Beautiful.
Two rushing touchdowns, the first 2 rushing touchdowns of his career. But J.K. is the one that goes over 100 yards, but with no touchdowns. Now, this is a little extreme because it's literally 3 touchdowns, so I don't want to ask that. By the way, 3 total touchdowns for a rookie since Clinton Portis back in 2002. It's a long time ago. What is better? Who would you rather be? The running back who goes for 90 yards and a touchdown, or the running back who goes for 115 yards and no touchdown?
Who do we talk about more? Who have we talked about more today? JK or RJ?
RJ.
Why?
I mean, a hat trick of touchdowns
3
is wild.
touchdowns. Even if RJ would have had 1 touchdown, which was the 40-yard run, we're talking about him. So, yes, although the yards, you want the yards, you want that touchdown as a running back, as a receiver, as a tight end. You want to be able to do that dance. People remember you when you're in the end zone.
Yep.
Somebody at that game, majority of them are drunk, but they're going to remember that touchdown because that's the reason why you win that game, because of touchdowns. So although the yards are great and you want them, you still want to have that touchdown. So if I'm JK, and you can see JK's body language.
I did see it because they pulled him out. They pulled him out as they got tighter in, and I was like, ooh, like that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
That's anybody. I mean, I used to feel that way. Now, I would try not to show it, but you look to the sideline, and you see, in my case, it would be Melvin Gordon running into the game.
Yeah.
It's like, if I help get down here, why can't I be rewarded? Why are you trying to let somebody else have that shine? For JK, he had 3 touchdowns. He didn't need all 3 of them. JK could have easily had 1 touchdown on the ground to go with his 115 or 111 yards that he had.
Yeah, if Sean was determined to have JK score, JK would have scored.
Yes. And so to answer your question, like if I'm JK, I would have rather had 90 yards and a touchdown than 115 and no touchdown. Because, like, you still need those stats as well. They'll use it against you. Like, I've been in that contract negotiation room where they're like, well, Phil had 1,000 yards, but he had 7 touchdowns. Like, okay, well, and you didn't let me in the red zone, but they use it against you.
Yeah.
Where someone like Austin Eckler, 25, 30 touchdowns, that can get you paid because of the touchdowns. That wins you games.
Well, it was good to see that sort of two-headed monster. RJ had been okay through 7 weeks. This was really his breakout game.
It was.
It really was, and good to see. Had the explosive play, had the touchdown. Broncos averaged as a team a season high 6.5 yards per rush yesterday, and man, when Harvey and what a testament to the offense when I tell you this. When R.J. Harvey scored that 3rd touchdown, it was around the middle of the 4th quarter. The Broncos had scored on 7 of 9 full possessions. If you go back to the 4th quarter against the Giants, the Broncos had scored on 12 of their previous 14 possessions. That is an incredible, what we hope, turnaround here. How sustainable is it? We'll talk about it throughout the week, but man, that was awesome. It was just awesome. I mean, that was a first half, 27 points in the first half. We had not seen that since Peyton Manning was quarterbacking the Broncos in his 2nd season back in 2013.
It's just good to be able to sit here and say the Denver Broncos put up that many points. It's good to see that they can do it. Now they got to be consistent. They got to sustain drives when you're playing against tougher opponents, but you have to start somewhere, and it was against the Dallas Cowboys. That's their problem, not ours. Don't come out there with a bad defense, and maybe this doesn't happen to you.
All right, what was Bo Nix saying about bouncing back after that early turnover? You'll hear from the quarterback coming up next.
The Broncos followed up their magical finish last week with a dominating win over the Cowboys. Have Sean Payton and Bo Nix finally shown what Denver's offense is truly capable of? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Find what you love what you find. A total wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. There's no reason to be spooked by doing your estate plan. We make the process easy and even fun. There are no tricks here. Our compassionate approach helps take the mystery out of the whole estate planning process, so you can have the priceless peace of mind that your wishes and your legacy will be memorialized for your loved ones. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, It's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
This your jam?
It's my jam.
So it's a new up-and-coming singer, correct?
Yeah. Opened up for Chris Stapleton. I think it was last month, I want to say. Yeah, this is a Brown-Eyed Lover from Alan Stone. And this is what they finished their set with and jammed for like 15 minutes when everyone's just like vibing out on stage. Like super cool, super cool. It's my son's favorite song right now. All right, so let's hear from Bo Nix. Bo Nix' mindset after that early mistake.
You just owe it to the team. You know, you can't go in a shell the rest of the game. That's not going to do anybody any good, including myself. Definitely was, not happy about it, but what can I do? Go back and change it, got to move forward. You can only change the future and go make the plays, in front of me, and that's what we did.
And good for Bo for having the right mindset.
Yeah.
Right, you heard so much defensive Bo. Hey, I was on Pat Bryant. Hey, I made the mistake. I own it. I move forward. I owe it to the team. I owe it to myself. You use the phrase, one snap and clear.
One snap and clear. It doesn't matter what you did. Whether it was a good play or a bad play, you have to go and play that next down. So put it out of your mind and go back to work. And it does help when you have vets like Garrett Bowles or Cortland Sutton that's talking to you saying, hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's going to happen. Like, let's shake it off. Let's go back out there. Our defense, when you have a good defense, you rely on them and say our defense is going to help us out, which they did.
They did.
All right, they stopped it to just 3 points. Let's go back out there. Let's reward them, which they did. And that's how you play really good football. You help each other out.
Well, it wasn't too long ago Bo was missing Cortland Sutton wide open, and Sutton is going to find Bo on the sideline saying, hey, you're good, we're good. It was Bo yesterday going to find Sutton on the sideline because Sutton should have had a touchdown.
Shut up.
I mean, Sutton was actually on the verge of really having one of his best games of the season if he comes down with that, because he had the big long play later, the 39-yarder. Yep. He was not super involved in the game plan really yesterday until the second half.
Well, it looked like Sean Payton was trying to get Troy Franklin going. Troy Franklin had 8 targets. When's the last time Troy Franklin had 8 targets?
Yeah.
All right, and Cortland was very quiet at the beginning, and then you find out that you can pick on this 7th-round cornerback out of Florida, and that's exactly what Bo Nix did and Sean did. They went at that young cornerback, and Cortland Sutton was the guy that they were getting more involved as the game went on. But do you remember that play? I want to say it was the same play for Cortland Sutton. He dropped it in this game, but he completed it against the Saints in the preseason.
Yes.
That's the exact same play. And maybe it was the exact same play that happened even for the first game of the year against the Tennessee Titans. And usually Cortland Sutton comes down with those 50-50 balls, even if it's right there, because he has strong hands.
Yeah.
That's just on court. He has to be better with that. He knows it. He had an opportunity for a touchdown. They're going to correct it. My guessing is they're going to go over that play over and over and over during practice to help him out, and they're going to go back to it later on this year.
Yeah, and Sutton has earned the benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah.
He's earned the benefit of the doubt. But you see Bo after he drops this, just like you're losing your mind.
He said, that's my 5th touchdown, man.
Yeah.
Could have had 5 of them things.
Yeah. Here's a little bit from Bo Nix. We had been hearing about these lackluster practices, like started to get like whispered about in the locker room, like really haven't been top notch, really haven't been a real focused effort. And Nix was reflecting on the last week.
Yeah, Coach liked our week of practice. We all thought the urgency was up. Got to go stack weeks and, have a similar vibe this week and make sure that we're practicing hard Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday so that we can come out here and, do that performance over and over. And, it's tough when you get later in the season, bodies get more sore, get banged up. It's tough to stay mentally sharp and mentally tough enough to do it over and over. But got good leadership, and that's what we got to do again.
Man, I've never played in the NFL like you, Phil, but this stretch of time that the Broncos have been in, and we've been hearing about these practices, not great. Like you play on Monday Night Football back in Week 4, all right? You're on Monday Night Football against Cincinnati at home. So you're on a short week going into Philadelphia.
Yeah.
A place that has been unkind for the Broncos, those early East Coast starts. And you pull it off. You give the world champions their first loss of the season. But then, following that short week, you go straight from Philly to London to play the New York Jets. And then you come back home and play again because you declined the bye week.
Yeah.
So you come from London back to the States, where that is a historically bad spot if you're playing the next week. You don't score any points for 3 quarters. After the Jets game, you don't score any points for 3 quarters where most teams would be on a bye week. Sean declined. And then you have this emotional comeback in the fourth quarter, the largest single game turnaround in NFL history against the Giants, and then have to come back off of that euphoric high to play a Cowboys team at home. I mean, it's just been a really wild sequence of a month, and I just tip my cap to Sean Payton and the Broncos for figuring out a way to win every one of these games.
Yeah, and maybe Sean Payton's onto something. I was questioning him to why, after you played Philly or after you played the Jets, why not take that bye week? Get yourself together, rest your players, let them heal up a little bit, but you don't do that. You end up finding a way to beat the Giants. But now you're in a rhythm. You're on a roll. And it's like you don't have a bye week for another, 3 games?
Yeah.
But you're playing good football. And the one thing about winning is it cures a lot of things. Mentality-wise, you want to continue to play. You're out there, yes, I'm hurting, but I'd rather be hurting winning. I'd rather be out there getting ready because we have a chance to make a run in these playoffs. So everybody's in right now. Everybody's attention to detail is on an all-time high. There's laser focus because you're winning games. So Sean Payton has done a great job of saying, you know what? No, we're not going to take that bye week. We're going to take it when we really need it, and that's in Week 12. So let's see what we can do. We got 4 more games left before the Denver Broncos get some rest.
Well, I give Sean Payton a lot of credit, not just for dialing it up the way that he did. I thought he called his best game of the season yesterday, but also informing these players before the Giants game of, hey, this is what it looks like historically coming back from London. We're going to take advantage of this, opportunity in a way that most wouldn't. But more importantly, preparing these players to, after the comeback win, what does it usually look like for these teams the next week? This is what Sean said on that topic.
I thought the work week was uniquely different, and I thought they handled that challenge of coming off of a crazy comeback challenge. The numbers are awful. And so I'm glad we addressed it at the start of the week. Leaving the stadium Sunday last week, I remember reaching out to Tony, and I said, I want the analytics, 5 minutes. The whole Joe Harrington literally put it in a 60-second film every one of those events, and then the following week, the other team taking a knee. And so our guys saw that right away, and they met the challenge, and they played well.
I think it's borderline brilliant. Of guys, guess what? The history is working against you. Look at all these comebacks, and then 1 second later, here's the next week of victory formations when those teams come back down to earth. Knowing what you're up against a lot of times is half the battle, and I just love that detail about this past week's prep.
It's all about the detail, and the great thing about Sean Payton, he's a teacher, and he's explaining the reason to his madness, explaining this is why we're going to have success, but you have to trust me. But it's explaining to your team and your players why you're doing what you're doing. And Sean has done a great job of that, and it started in camp when he stopped in practice explaining why he wants something done a certain way. Sean's a genius when it does come to this with the analytics, but also he's a really good teacher.
Broncos won another game. That means game balls are coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Phillip Lindsay here for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And I'm here to tell you that they're experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of these men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're like a lot of these men, if you're driving down the street right now and you say, hey, that's me, then within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will those workouts. And that sex drive, gentlemen, that we all desire will be significantly enhanced as well. All I need you to do is take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do. Then what you're going to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And there's 5 locations out there to serve you, so there are no excuses. I don't want to hear it's too far or I don't know where to go. You can find one in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day, more couples say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does, but it's only U.S. mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Fall means football, and at Postman Law, we know winning matters. Our attorneys have won more than $3 billion for our clients, delivering the results they need when life gets tough. Car crash, workplace injury, serious accident. We know the insurance company's playbook, and we're here to help rewrite it for you with speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's the drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, final segment on a Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday.
It flew by today.
It did. Really fun show.
Yeah, I missed you, man.
A lot of great stuff. Yeah, I took Friday off. Had my best buddy in town that I've been down with since middle school. Literally.
See, I told him something different. I said that you didn't like me. You just had to take a day off from looking at my face.
Well, I always say two things can be true at the same time.
You do.
So
you do say that a
lot. No, it's good to be back. Nice long weekend and ready to attack another week. And can't wait to do it with you. Really fun show. Like I said, it did fly by, and there's so much to react to. And if you didn't see the news, Pat Surtain strained pectoral and is week to week, may go on IR. Now, he has not been put on IR yet. I know that, folks on the RamosLaw.com text line, and there's more than one, hey, have you guys talked about Surtain going IR? It has not been reported that that's the case.
Not yet.
Could be an option. Sounds like he's going to get a second opinion this week. So that's going to be a legitimate story here in Broncos country, going to Houston. Yeah. And all the challenges that will entail.
But you know what, Zach? It might be smart to put him on IR just for that pec to heal. You don't want to go into the games scared that Pastor Tan is going to pop it. Because if you strain it, that means it's pulling already. So you want to give it time to heal and be ready for the playoffs or be ready for the back end of the season. That's more important than just throwing him out there for one game and something happening, and now we're all upset because you didn't give the man the proper time, the proper opportunity to heal up.
Yeah, especially if the Broncos can keep up their winning ways, and you're going to need that guy in the playoffs. That's an understatement. You're going to need him here in the regular season. I mean, the way everything shifts, like if PS2 can't play and PS2 goes to IR, it's sort of like when Jamal Murray was not healthy or is not pulling his weight, where it's like, okay, now your third best player has to be your second best player.
Yeah.
Your fourth best player has to be your third best player, and it's an inorganic role. So we will see as the details emerge on this story, and we'll be covering it, all day long here on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. That's for sure. All right, game balls. Broncos won a football game. We give away game balls. There's some weeks it's pretty obvious who the game ball is going to go to. After a day like yesterday, could be more complicated as it was a lot of first times happening.
Yeah.
Some plays and characters that we normally wouldn't talk about. Someone like Dondre Tillman when he finds himself in this situation.
Intercepted. That's Ellis. No, it's not. It's Tillman. Look at Tillman running. That is Dondre Tillman with the interception.
Just people bouncing off my man.
Yeah, I mean, my man would look like a superstar out there. Barry Sanders with Walter Payton.
Unbelievable sequence there from Tillman. I didn't realize his body could move like that. That was awesome.
He said he was a tight end growing up in high school, so like that paid off. He finally got an opportunity, big boy.
Yep.
And try to take it to the house.
I love it. I absolutely love it. So
Go ahead, Phil. You want to go first?
Nah,
You want me to go
I want
first?
you to go first because usually we end up kind of wanting to pick the same guy, and then you say I cheated. So who are you going with?
I will go with.
And I want to test you.
I'll go with the lowest hanging fruit, and I think it's the right answer if I'm going first. Like, if you score 3 touchdowns in a game, how do you not get the game ball? And obviously in real life, more than one people get a game ball, but on this show, it's like you get one, I get one. Just makes it a little tougher to call. But you can't have a hat trick of touchdowns. You can't be a rookie, run for your first touchdown, run for your second career touchdown, also have a touchdown reception, have a 3-touchdown game as a rookie for the first time since Clinton Portis in 2002, and not get my game ball. I had been not necessarily critical of R.J. Harvey, but like skeptical of like, is this guy who Sean Payton tells us he is?
Yeah, as you should. We haven't seen anything yet when it says, okay, you come in here and be like, okay, R.J. is the guy. There's a reason why they brought in J.K. Dobbins at the beginning of the season, because R.J. he wasn't there yet and still developing as we talk right now, but it's a great confidence booster that you go out there and you have 3 touchdowns and you break one for 40 yards. Like, that's great to see.
And when he broke that one for 40 yards, that was the first time that he had a carry that went over 9 yards going all the way back to week 1. So this is a player that needed a game like this to, I don't know what his confidence level was, but to, boost the confidence. Yeah. Certainly a performance like yesterday is going to do that. And I just a massive performance from R.J. Harvey. He gets my game ball.
I'm disappointed in you.
Really?
Truly. I understand what R.J. Harvey did, and he did a great job. He deserves a game ball. But there's a guy that has his first career touchdown that supposedly you've been on this whole time. No.
Look who wants back. Look who wants back in on old Patty.
Hey, be careful now what you say, because here in a couple of weeks, you're going to be talking about a franchise quarterback, and you're not getting on this bus.
Well, we'll see.
The guy I'm talking about, and Zach already knows, is Pat Bryant.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And you've talked about it for 3 weeks straight, and this is why it's like, why are you not doing this? Why are you not giving my man the game ball? So I'll give him the game ball. For Pat Bryant, it came down to this. He's been doing the dirty work. He's been doing all the dirty work when it comes to blocking, and yet has not been rewarded. He finally gets on the board, finally has his first career touchdown, does the Mile High Salute.
Love to see it.
Respectfully does the Mile High Salute. And there's more to come with Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant, you get my game ball just because Zach will not give it to you. He's a fake fan.
I love Pat Bryant. Believed in him more than anyone here at the station. Highest floor of any rookie, I thought, along with Jahdae Barron. Love to see him get rewarded, to use that word. He has been in the trenches doing the blue-collar stuff, and it was time for him to get his shine. And what a pass from Bo Nix. One of the better passes of the day, if not the best pass down that left sideline to the rookie out of Illinois. Love to see it, man. We have so much to cover this week. I can't wait to attack this week, starting tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We step aside for now. It's Denver Sports Tonight with Mike Rice and Dante Gomez coming up next.
With 3 touchdowns from R.J. Harvey, the first career score for Pat Bryant, and a key interception from Jahdae Barron, the Broncos rookie class was on fire against the Cowboys. Is Denver's young class peaking at just the right time? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. With just a friendly tip here, I like to remind people that they never want to be gambling that the person that hits them has good insurance. So I want you to take a look at your insurance policies. Check and make sure that you have two things. One's called MedPay coverage. You want to make sure you have that. And then also UM/UIM coverage. This will protect you in case you get into an accident and the person that hits you doesn't have good insurance. If you have any questions, just give me a call. 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner American Home Agents, you can receive a credit on closing costs of up to 1% or a max of $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you. You could buy a home with as little as 3% down, and with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Pick up the phone, call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. No shipping your watch off to the internet site and waiting to get a check. Bring your used Rolex into Matthews. We have been servicing Colorado since 1951. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. Matthews, we buy, sell, and service Rolex watches.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
For more than 52 years, Colorado families have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton to protect their homes. And today you can do the same with 25% off Infinity from Marvin windows. The fiberglass windows built to last a lifetime and flexible financing at zero down. There's never been a better time. Call 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, the family-owned company Colorado counts on.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
A very nice couple I know came into the bank the other day. They brought their children, both dressed in Halloween costumes. The mother said they just couldn't wait to show off their outfits. They're so excited. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. The little boy wore a black cape. "I'm Dracula," he said. "I have fangs." I smiled, "But I don't bite. I just want candy." The little girl, dressed like Cinderella, she said, "My mom says Alpine Bank believes in kids and the dreams coming true." I told her she was right. Alpine Bank does everything it can to help people be happier and better off. I asked the little girl why she was wearing tennis shoes instead of glass slippers. She said, "Glass slippers make my feet sweat." Smart girl.
It hovers, it roars, it's landed. See the Marine Corps AV-8B Harrier II Plus at Wings Over the Rockies Air and Space Museum. Get tickets at wingsmuseum.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Denver Sports Tonight.
Monday is upon us. Victory Monday, Reaction Monday, wrapping up Mike Rice, Dante Gomez on Denver Sports Tonight. Glad you are with us for the next hour. Good to have you along. Dante, what a weekend. How was yours?
It was great.
All right.
Oh, kind of actually.
Uh-oh.
Just my sports team all stink. That wasn't fun.
Care to elaborate? I mean, this is your chance.
Arizona State lost as a
boy.
7-point favorite
Oh,
to
boy.
Houston.
Oh, boy.
That was tough.
Yeah, I mean, they were shut out at halftime. What would the final end up? Not to drag up old memories.
24-16. They lost by 8.
Okay, so they made a game of it.
They made a game of it. It was just too little, too late.
Yeah.
Our quarterback was hurt for multiple times throughout the game. Our number one wide receiver is going to be a first-round draft pick, missed the entire game. So it was just not a great game from the beginning. The refs were, and I'm not a guy that complains about refs, but this one I have to. The refs were terrible in that game as well. I'm a Suns fan. They lost by 20 to the Nuggets.
Well, you saw that coming.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have the greatest expectations, but losing by 20, you never expect to lose by 20.
Really?
And then my guy Cam Scatterbo broke his ankle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So,
that's
not a good sports
rough.
weekend for myself.
Yeah, how do you not root for a guy like Scatterbo? How do you? I mean, just just the way he plays with such reckless abandon and ferocity. You know, somebody said this was before he got hurt. This was in the last couple of weeks. It's like as he's starting to come to the fore, it's like, how's that guy a 4th-round pick? We were saying that on this show before the draft. It's like they're projecting him to be a mid-round pick. Turn the tape on and look what he does. That's sometimes where we're not gonna go NFL draft here on the show, but just as an aside to get started, that's one thing I've just never quite understood. When a guy so clearly plays really, really well at a big-time college against other big-time schools. I mean, what he did in the bowl game against Texas was phenomenal. And then he goes, 4th round. And then he becomes a star, and everyone goes, oh, what a great story. It's like, well, we kind of saw it, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it, though. I wasn't sure his game was going to translate from college to the NFL the way it has.
Yeah,
so
that's
I think it was a little bit surprising still, but at the very least, he's going to play hard, and he's going to change your culture, and he's going to have some excitement and some spark to the locker room. That alone, plus all his talent on the field. So, I'm rooting for him to have a speedy recovery and hopefully be the same kind of guy he was before he got hurt.
RamosLaw.com text line is there for you guys, 303-713-1043. The Broncos basking in the glow, or at least Broncos country is still basking in the glow of the behind the woodshed experience that the Broncos slapped on the Cowboys. Man, did they crack open a can and do their thing. 44-24. Dante, we need to spend a few minutes here tonight sort of putting a bow on Victory Monday, which it's now been 5 straight victory games or victory days after, if you will. And I'm telling you, I was nervous about that game all week long. I was nervous yesterday morning on Denver game day. I was nervous when the game started. I was nervous when Bo threw the pick. And then all of a sudden I wasn't so nervous anymore. Man, the Broncos looked really good. They really did.
Yeah,
I was impressed. I was thoroughly impressed.
I was too. I had the Broncos winning, not by the margin that they ended up winning by 20. I thought it was maybe going to be 4 to 7 points. That felt right. Maybe a little bit of a shootout, like a 34-30. That kind of game was what I was expecting. I know we had Phil on the drive. He picked the Cowboys. I'm pretty sure Richie filled in on Friday as well. I think he picked the Cowboys as well. So the Cowboys were a hot pick. The spread wasn't huge. And I liked the way that the offense came out with some urgency. The Broncos win the toss, and they took the ball first, which you don't see a lot in the NFL. You don't see a lot from the Broncos, but the NFL in general. So I like that they had a sense of urgency with the offense. And, the first couple plays looked great, and then Bo Nix has that bad interception. And you just hoped after seeing the first couple plays, like, that wasn't going to derail the offense and what kind of juice it looked like they had, and it did not derail the offense one bit. They went on to score, pretty much every single drive after that. So very impressed with the offense and them being able to get things going.
And that's where I want to start. Was that if you had to pick one single aspect of the game that most impressed you, was it that? That the fact that the offense not only put up points, but did so consistently, and as you said, move the ball consistently?
Yeah, I think the consistency of it. I remember I asked you on Friday's show, do you think they scored, at least 10 points in the first half and at least 10 points in the second half? And they blew those numbers out of the water.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the fact that there was no one, they came out with the urgency and scored quickly and on a lot of those drives. And then there was no complacency. They kept going. They kept scoring on drives. Even on drives where it wasn't really imperative that they needed to score. They had a pretty cushy lead for most part of the game, but they kept, tacking on. And so, yeah, I would say just the consistency that the offense had would be my, biggest takeaway from that game.
Yeah, and we'll talk about some various layers to this win and what it could mean. We on the RamosLaw.com text line, a question from the 4735 about injuries and the trade deadline, and another text from the 7250 about PS2 being out. And by the way, if you missed the news, Patrick Surtain will be or has a strained pec, and he is week to week. And according to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, he might go on IR. We do not know yet. So not great news, not horrible in terms of how bad it could have been, but certainly if the Broncos are without PS2 for an IR stint, that would be rough. The thing about it is, Dante, they go to Houston, then they're home to Vegas on a Thursday night, the 6th. Then they get the mini bye that next weekend, the 8th and 9th, and play Kansas City here on the 16th. Then the bye week. So IR, refresh my memory, and it's 4 games and not 4 weeks, right? The bye week would not count as part of the IR, and I'm asking that because I'm not positive of that.
Well, I was going to also ask you the same question.
Okay.
So I don't have an
you're
answer
expecting
for you.
Me to know.
I was hoping you were going to know, yeah, because I know Phil on the drive said, he's out for 4 games. And right when he said that, I was questioning, I was like, is that 4 weeks or 4 games? Because there's a bye week in there, over the next 4 weeks here. Yeah, I'll Google it and try to find an answer.
Yeah, we'll try. And I was just trying to call it up. Yeah, well, here it is. A player must have a football-related injury that will keep them out for at least 4 games. So that would be 5 weeks if there were an IR stint in the next couple of weeks, because the Broncos do have the bye the weekend of November 22nd, 23rd. So we'll see. And we'll get into the PS2 news here in a moment. But I want to get back to just the most impressive part. I think if you're a member of Broncos country, we've been pretty impressed. I'll just personalize it. I've been pretty impressed by and large by the defense. Clearly, that's been the unit that has kept the Broncos in most games and given them any shot to win most games. And VJ has done a marvelous job, and the guys have executed game plans, etc. But not just what they did offensively, but specifically to me, Dante, the way they stretched the field in the passing game was so encouraging to me. At some point in the fourth quarter, CBS put up the graphic during the broadcast that the Broncos had 7 plays, not all passing, but 7 plays of 20 yards or more. I didn't see a final number on that, but I mean, all day long they were getting chunk plays and they were getting big completions in the passing game, and I'd been waiting for that. And I know a lot of people in Broncos country have been waiting for that. I was so encouraged by that. Is it sustainable? Can they carry that over against a much better Houston defense on the road? I hope so. But all they could do on Sunday was to do it against a bad Dallas defense. And I think there's value in the fact they did it because they couldn't do it against a bad Jets defense in London. Couldn't come anywhere close. So the fact they were able to stretch the field in the passing game, A+ to not only Sean, but also Bo and the guys, because it was fun to watch. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to put some numbers on what you were just talking about there, 3 wide receivers had the longest reception, or their longest reception of the day was over 25 yards. And then Dobbins and Harvey, their longest runs were 25 yards or longer as well. So that's 5 different guys having plays worth of 25 yards or more. And some of those were, 40 yards or 35 yards. So you're spot on with the chunk plays that we were able to see. And it wasn't, they didn't have to. The drives were great, but they weren't like grinded out drives. They were moving the ball. They were getting first downs. And they were getting first downs on first and second down a lot, which I thought was helpful. Not having to go to a lot of those third downs. But even in the third downs, there were a lot of third and manageables too. So, very impressed with the offense and just able to get those chunk plays. And we brought it up, earlier. It's not just the screen passes. It's being able to throw those, mid-level passes and throw those deep balls. And I want to say Bo Nix still missed on one of those deep balls earlier in the game, if I'm remembering right. But the fact that he was able to connect on a lot of those, throughout the game still gave me, hope for the rest of the season that this is something that they can build on and we'll be able to see more of.
You can weigh in on the part of the Broncos win that most impressed you on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. To your point, though, and again, stats, you have to be judicious. You have to be careful. The Broncos averaged 7.5 yards per play, which in an NFL game is just outstanding. And think of this, Dante. They ran 57 plays. Not only the balance of 29 pass attempts and 28 rush attempts, but on those 57 snaps from scrimmage, the Broncos racked up 426 yards of total offense. That speaks to what we've been talking about, explosives, the big gainers. And after the Bo interception, Dallas goes up. The defense holds Dallas out of the end zone in part because of the false start that Dallas committed at the Denver 1. And then R.J. Harvey breaks off the 40-yarder, and I'm like, okay, this is what I had hoped to see. This is what I expected to see. And at that moment, I breathed a little bit easier, thinking I think the Broncos might be able to have a day offensively. It's good. When it comes to an individual, loved what R.J. did. He needed a game like that, didn't he? I mean, here's a young guy with all kinds of talent, the pedigree of being the second-round pick. We knew he was going to get opportunities, and he scores 3 times. Broncos got to get that.
Yeah,
They've got to get contributions like that from these young guys, and it was a day for the youngsters.
Yeah, no, Harvey was great. The whole running game in general, I thought Dobbins had a really effective game as well. Wasn't able to punch in any of his runs into the end zone necessarily, but he's still, over 100 yards on the ground. So I thought just the ground game in general was really good. And then how about Troy Franklin? Everyone was starting to question him because he had such a good training camp, such a good preseason. Comes out, had a strong game against the Colts as well. Had a good early part of the season, but he's been a little bit of a ghost for the last 3 weeks. And just when people are questioning, like, hey, should Marvin Mims step into that wide receiver 2 role? Does Marvin Mims need to be a bigger part of the offense? Troy Franklin goes out and has his probably best game of his career in terms of yards and touchdowns and just impact on the game. So I thought Troy Franklin also hopefully silenced the doubters and solidified himself as a good number 2 option opposite of Cortland Sutton.
6 receptions, 89 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was targeted 8 times. So 6 catches on 8 targets. You take that percentage. And I'm trying to think, Cortland had the drop in the end zone, Franklin had a drop in there too somewhere. It wasn't I get it. There've been a number of drops, but in general, just the execution I thought was so much better. Just the overall offensive flow. Where do you come down on? Look, there's no excuses, but the reality is they beat up on a bad defense. Is that? I'm still not convinced. Is that for you? Okay, I feel much more confident in what this offense can do. Where do you land?
I feel much more confident in what this offense can do, and they showed what they're capable of doing. And I get that it was against a bad team, but this is what a good team and a good offense should do against a bad team. I didn't want to see another, clunker like what we saw against the Jets. Or even this looked way better than even the Bengals game, I thought. The Bengals game looked a little clunkier than what we saw yesterday. It just, the operation was so smooth yesterday, and we could be all taking this back or be taking all of our, flowers and, good things we're saying about the Broncos offense here. If next week they go out and, don't have a great performance against the Texans. But to me, it gives me a lot of confidence, and hopefully it gives the players in the locker room a lot of confidence that, hey, we can do this, week in and week out. It's just about going out there and executing. Because, I get that the Cowboys defense isn't great, but a lot of those windows were pretty open, and Bo Nix was hitting them, and he was still accurate on a lot of those balls. I know the interception wasn't great, but other than that, I took away pretty much only good things from this offense, and I think it'll propel them forward against some of the better defenses they'll be facing. And yeah, they won't be scoring 44 points, but let's say they go out and score 30 points. That should be good enough to, beat a lot of teams, especially with the defense the Broncos do have.
Right. To me, it's both and. It's exactly what you said, that the Broncos took care of their business, handled their stuff against a team that is really struggling defensively, especially in the secondary. There's no getting around that. There's also no apologizing. And at the same time, Dante, I'm not harboring any illusions of grandeur. I'm not expecting the offense to look that good when they go to Houston and play the best scoring defense in the NFL this coming Sunday. Do I expect them to look like they did against the Jets? No, I expect them to be better than they were against the Jets. And if they're not, they're gonna come home with their tail between their legs against that team on the road. But I do expect them to look better than some of the futile quarters we saw against the Eagles, the Jets, and the first three against the Giants. I think that's fair to expect after a performance like that, because we know it's in them. Whether it's against a bad team, good team, it's in them to play well. And now they've just got to go do it against a better defense.
Exactly, yeah. I completely agree with they're capable of doing it. It's somewhere in there. It's just about bringing it out on, each and every Sunday. But to be honest, I really liked the urgency. I thought that was one of my bigger takeaways, was how they came out with a plan and a mission, and they executed it, especially early. Obviously, they had a lot of leeway as the game went on in terms of execution, but they kept their foot on the gas and were able to score. I think Zach had the stat. They scored on 11 of their 12 drives, I want to say.
Wow.
I'll double-check that stat, but either way, it's just showing that, hey, when you get the ball, it's, hey, let's go down there and score. And they were able to, accomplish that mission, drive in and drive out. So, again, you don't have to be that version of yourself against the Texans, but even if you're 75% of that version of yourself, you're going to be in a good spot.
Well, right. If they're 75% on offense of what we saw Sunday against the Cowboys, I would put a chunk of money down on the Broncos winning that game. Not giving advice, just telling you what I would do if I were to put money down and you were to guarantee me that the Broncos were going to play like at least 75% as well as they did against the Cowboys. I'm not even talking total points. I'm just talking about the way the operation looked. On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, Matt in the Minster in Westminster says, I was shocked that as a Broncos fan, we saw backup quarterback and players come in knowing they'd lost. Victory formation before the last 2 minutes. I mean, Dallas did that first. They waved the flag, the white flag of surrender, when Brian Schottenheimer pulled
Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott, thank you, had a moment there. In the fourth quarter, it was about midway-ish through the fourth, if I recall right. And at that point, I'm always shocked to see a backup quarterback come in. And then once Dallas did that, I wasn't at all surprised that Sean countered and brought Stidham in. There's no point in keeping Bo and the other guys in. But it is a little bit rare for sure. But I think Dallas knew that the hope was completely lost by that point. And it was just so encouraging, Dante. And we're just taking some time to talk about what impressed us from that Broncos win, because we need to do this. We're very critical on the Broncos when they're not performing well. And that's part of it, for sure. And maybe too critical at times. But when they perform like that, I'm just not going to let the fact that it was against a down-and-out defense sort of spoil the victory parade, if you will, because they handled their business in a way we hadn't seen this year on offense. And the defense did enough. I know they gave up that last touchdown. Would have loved to have seen them give up just 17 instead of 24. It didn't really matter except for the stats. But Dante, when it comes to just the overall operation, I agree with you. It was so much smoother, so much better. Sean's play calling worked. Bo made it work. The guys made it work. I mean, the clip was circulating on social media today on R.J. Harvey's touchdown run, the 40-yarder on, what was it, the second possession of the game. The three guys at various levels that Quinn Miners absolutely flattened. Things like that. Like, okay, this is a better offense than they'd been showing, and I'm starting to believe that they are figuring some things out. It's taken a few weeks, taken longer than I wanted, but I'm starting to believe that. That's why this game against Houston is such a telltale game for me. It's not the season, but it is to me sort of a bit of a measuring stick to how far has that offense come. How far can it go as well if they continue to play close to the level against the Cowboys?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it'll translate against the Texans. I think it's tough in the NFL to have your offense travel sometimes, so I'm going to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt, but I would be very surprised if, let's call it, they don't score 22 points or more. I expect 22 points at least on Sunday, and maybe more. And I know maybe that's not the highest number, but against, you said it was the top scoring defense in the NFL, right?
Going into last week, I'm going to check the numbers here as you finish your point.
But yeah, so I expect a lot better from them, even though it is a road game. And, just 3 weeks left here until the bye week. There's kind of a light at the end of the tunnel for this team in terms of the bye week. I think they're still going to be very motivated, and they still have a lot to prove. And I think that's why it's so great that early on in the year they weren't playing their best football, but they were still able to be 5-2. I think that's really important.
Yep.
And I can't remember who was talking about it. It might have been Tom Brady talking about it, but he was just saying, the goal wasn't to be playing your best football come September and October. The goal is to be playing your best, or is to have enough wins early on in the year to be able to get that home field advantage in the playoffs, get that home field, in the conference finals, win your division, but it's about playing your best football come, November, December, January. And I think this team is still set up for that. And I think those wins early, they weren't their best football, but at the end of the year, it's still going to help them hopefully win this division and host some playoff games.
Houston leads the NFL after this weekend's games, and I know that it's Washington, Kansas City tonight, and I don't think that the Chiefs cannot pass the Texans. They've given up 14.7 points per game. So you want the Broncos to score 22 on the road, that would be a heck of an afternoon. It really would. And I think it would give them a great shot to win, by the way, because I still haven't seen C.J. Stroud bounce back. He's been solid, but he hasn't been what he was, a year or so ago, or during his rookie year for sure. Rams are next at 16.7 allowed. Then the Chiefs at 17.7. Patriots at 18.3, and the Broncos up to 18.9 points per game. That is fifth in the NFL. I'll take that all day long. You hold the team to under 20, you're doing a really good job defensively. But 22 on the road against the Texans. You give me that right now, I'd roll the dice that the Broncos come out of there with a dub.
You taking that deal?
Would you?
I don't think I would, because I think they're going to score more.
Well, I know, but let's just say they score 22. If that's the number that you initially put out, is that the number you want to stick with?
Yeah, no, that's the number I'd like to stick with. I think that's perfect because it's 3 touchdowns, and then you got to get something else in there.
Okay, so maybe a 2-point conversion or something like that. So if the Broncos score 22, what kind of chance do they have to beat the Texans?
I'd put it at like a 50-50.
I might go 60-40.
Maybe, this defense is so good.
That's the thing.
That's a great point, and I know they looked good for a majority of the game. That the last touchdown drive by Joe Milton, didn't ruin the defensive performance, but it certainly wasn't the icing on the cake you were looking for. It's one of those where they put the backup quarterback in. It's like, hey, maybe let's get an interception here. Let's get a turnover here. Let's make these guys look bad. Didn't quite go that way, but I guess there was the interception late too, wasn't there?
Yeah, Tillman had one,
yes.
But that was Dak.
That was Dak.
Dak was still in the game, and that was in the red zone, and then, boy, DeAndre looking good, rumbling downfield on that.
Yeah, he was.
Interception return. That was fun. All right, we're going to slightly shift gears because the Broncos have some decisions to make. We know PS2 is hurt right now. How long he is going to be out, we don't know yet. What might the Broncos do there? And whose stock rose the most for the Broncos coming out of that Cowboys game on yesterday? We'll tackle those topics next on Denver Sports Tonight.
The Buffs came out of their bye week and got blown out by Utah, suffering the worst loss of the Coach Prime era. Can Colorado regroup and keep their bowl hopes alive? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I should have had Done Right do it. Don't be that person that says this after ordering your remodeling project. Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, owner of Done Right Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. Simply put, we make people happy by being particular, just like you. 800-362-8370.
Winning matters. Postman Law has recovered over $3 billion for clients. Injured? Call 844-POSTMAN. It's free to see if you have a case. Others promise. Postman delivers.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens, the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
It's back! Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Denver Sports Tonight.
Mike and Dante on Denver Sports Tonight. Victory Monday for the Broncos. Reaction Monday here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Got a text on the RamosLaw.com text line, and I lost it. Here it is from the 9632. Do you think the game against the Chiefs may be flexed to primetime, nighttime, on Sunday night on November 16th? Now, I saw this text, Dante, a few moments ago, and I got the crack research staff on this thing right away. So here are some of the guidelines for flexing. That the NFL can flex games into Sunday Night Football beginning in Week 5, with up to 2 games potentially changing between Weeks 5 and 10. I don't believe they have yet used any of those 2 to this point. I don't think the league has flexed any of those 2 possibilities. So if my memory serves right, it still could happen. Only games that are scheduled for Sunday afternoon are eligible to be moved into Sunday Night Football. So that would count, because right now the Broncos hosting the Chiefs on the 16th is a 2:25 scheduled start Mountain Time. Here's the kicker, though. There's 2 kickers. The first one is CBS and Fox have the right to protect 1 game each week from being flexed. So if you look at the Week 11 schedule, CBS has the KC-Denver game. They've got Baltimore-Cleveland. They've got the Rams-Jacksonville. They've got Cincy-Pittsburgh. They got Buffalo-Tampa. My guess is CBS would probably protect Denver KC at this point. And I don't know when the protection notification is due, but the way things are going, CBS isn't going to give up that game.
I would agree, and I don't want to steal your second point from you if you had another one going here.
The only one, and then I want to get your thoughts, the only one is right now, the Sunday Night Football
That was
going to
be my point.
Yeah, is Detroit at Philadelphia.
I don't think they're going to have to protect any games.
Right.
CBS is going to, because I don't think they're going to move off of Philadelphia and Detroit. I think that's such a, could be the future NFC Championship there. Also, the Broncos are on Sunday Night Football in their following game against the Washington Commanders. There's a bye week in between, so It wouldn't be back-to-back, but I would think that the following game against the Commanders would be enough of Sunday Night Football primetime. I don't necessarily think – also, I just don't think they'd move off of Lions-Eagles.
Right. I completely agree with that. I would say, though, and I'm just scanning the week that the Broncos play the Commanders on Sunday Night Football, I'm looking to see at this point, would there be any potential game to flex into that spot for Sunday Night Football? So, the league could already be looking at it like, hey, look, if we want to flex Detroit-Philly out for Denver-KC, if CBS doesn't protect the game, then potentially, and I don't really see, I don't know, would Houston, Indianapolis in the South be more compelling than the Broncos Commanders in that market? I don't know.
I would think they'd pick Bills Steelers if they're going to take one, especially since you said it has to be one of the afternoon games.
That's true, yeah.
There's only 3 afternoon games that slot, so Bills Steelers to me would be the choice, but I think they'd still want Knicks and Jaden Daniels and the rookie, the 2 top rookie quarterbacks from a year ago on national TV.
Anyway, good question on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Want to touch on this, Dante. Pat Surtain out, and there's been a lot of – let me backtrack one step. We think he could be out. We don't know that he's going to be out. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here. That he has a strained pec and he's week to week. He, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, he could be a candidate for IR, for the injured reserve. So we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. When I hear strained pec, this is just me talking. I'm thinking I'm not expecting Surtain to play this weekend. That's just me. I'm preparing for the worst.
I would agree, especially if you're throwing out IR in the sentence. And
yeah.
I would assume that means he's at least going to miss one game, maybe 2 games. Because it wouldn't be a debate for IR if he was going to play this Sunday. In my opinion, that doesn't make any sense.
Right. Did you notice once he went out, how many passes went to Chris Abrams' drain side?
I did not know.
A lot. I don't have a count, but all of a sudden it was like, right. They saw Riley Moss on one side. They saw the young guy, Chris Abrams' drain on the other, and they said, I think we'll go after that guy. And that's what Riley Moss is seeing when PS2 is playing. Again, I'm not saying Riley Moss has been perfect. He hasn't, but I think he's been a whole lot better than a lot of us give him credit for. He's a solid number 2 at least, if not very good. I know he had the PIs, the DPIs. What was your take on those? The first one, I didn't like at all. The second one, I thought he had great coverage, but he didn't get his head around. And I think that's why, I said after the game last night, I think that's why they called him, because he didn't turn his head, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he's building up a reputation at this point, and I know the morning show talked about it. I think it was Mike, and then Phil talked about it here on the drive as well, about, refs talk to each other. The league talks to the refs of like, hey, this guy doesn't, always get his head around. He's a little physical with his hands. So I think he's building a reputation for himself. And
is it well-deserved, though? I mean, is it a fair reputation? I'm not sure it is.
I don't know if it is. I'm like 50-50 on it, because there are definitely sometimes he plays a little more physical than other corners or than the league would like them to. So I think there's definitely room for him to not make as much contact with the receivers as he is. But, the NFL is a physical league, and I'd rather you be more physical than less physical, in my opinion, if I'm coaching that. So I do think, however, with the Pat Surtain injury, I think we might see the best version of Riley Moss over the next, if he's out for a week or two, over the next couple weeks here, just because he's not going to get targeted like he would with Pat Surtain out there. And I think you see this a lot in all sports, but you see someone go down and the sum of the team kind of. So the sum of the defense would kind of raise their whole level of play, and I think that includes Riley Moss. So I would expect very good things from him if Pat Surtain is to miss time.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, from the 9938, Barron and Abrams drain will step up. However, Bo and the offense will need to be special to beat the Chiefs. That's obviously looking ahead a little bit. But could the PS2 injury, if indeed, and there's the trade deadline isn't until next week, November 4th at 2 Mountain Time. So there's still a full week this week, and then another game for all the teams who aren't on the bye. And then a week from Tuesday, I think that's the 4th, is the trade deadline. Could the injury to PS2, if he's put on IR, affect what the Broncos might do leading up to the trade deadline? Could they look at a corner and say, we need a little protection there? Or do you look and say, you know what, Barron's ready, put the rookie in?
I think that's why you draft Barron as high as you did. I think it's so you can bring him along at his own pace, and now it's time for him to step up and be a real player and go out there and just play, 90% of the snaps or whatever it would be if Surtain's not able to go out there. So I don't think it would impact their decision-making on trading for a corner or anything like that. I think they like the team they have. I don't know if they need too many additions here. I think they like maybe some depth in certain positions, but I think they already have pretty good built-in depth at the corner position.
I don't see a trade for a bigger name wide receiver at all. I don't think the Broncos want to give up any kind of significant draft capital. By that, I mean third round or better. And then if you're going to trade a mid-round, a fourth or fifth, a sixth, you're probably going to get a guy who maybe isn't even as good as some of the young guys that are starting to come on. And I think the Broncos have not only said, but they've shown a willingness to commit to those guys in the receiver room. And my gut tells me that if they come out of the Houston game relatively healthy, I don't see them making a deal for a bigger name wide receiver.
No, I don't think so either. I think maybe a tight end would make sense. I saw some reports that they're looking at tight ends. I believe, is it Troutman just got ruled out for a little bit? Was it rest of the season?
I didn't see that.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it was Troutman. One of the
let me
tight
look.
ends. I might be confusing him with one of the other tight ends, but I'm pretty sure there was some sort of injury that is supposed to keep him out for a prolonged amount of time at least. So I could see a tight end, just because Ingram.
It was Lucas Kroll, I think,
Oh,
a
was it
week or
Kroll?
so ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was not coming out of the Dallas game. Because
No.
he had
This was
already been hurt.
beforehand.
Yeah.
I want to say it came out on like Thursday or Friday of last week
Yep.
that he was going to miss some prolonged time there. So I could see a tight end, but I don't think that's going out for a huge name either. Maybe that's a team that has two solid tight ends and maybe he's looking to add some draft capital. But I don't see a big name receiver coming to Denver in a trade.
RamosLaw.com text line from the 1294. Even with the PS2 injury, I'd rather see a trade for an inside linebacker, not a corner. Dre Greenlaw back this week. I mean, let's hope, right? Let's hope nothing happened in practice. I mean, I'm chuckling, but you never know. Let's hope there was no setback while he was out serving the suspension. Hey, real quick, before we get to a timeout, the guy whose stock rose the most for you for the Broncos. You want me to go first?
No, I have mine.
Okay. Who's yours?
I mean, it's kind of piggybacking off what you said in the first segment, but I'm going to go RJ Harvey.
Okay.
I think he proved that he can be a real weapon on this offense. The speed absolutely shows up on Sundays, and we saw that on the the 40-yard run or catch out of the backfield. It was I wasn't actually sure what they ruled that as, but so I think RJ Harvey kind of proved himself as RB number 2. You don't need to go out and get another running back. I know Dobbins has had a injury history in his career, but I think you'd feel okay if Harvey had to take a bulk of the snaps for, even if it is a week or two in the season. Let's hope that doesn't have to happen, but I would feel much more confident sitting here today than I would have, even last week.
My guy is the one we've been talking about, Chris Abrams-Drain. I thought he played pretty well. He was targeted quite a bit after PS2 went out, as would be expected. By a Dallas offense that has been very productive. Wasn't perfect, but I thought KAD did a nice job. And if they do need him on a more regular basis moving forward, I think those reps, what did he play? I saw Mike Kliss's breakdown. He played in like 49% of the snaps, as it turned out. So, yeah, his stock rose. I mean, that confidence that he, I would think, gained from this past outing against the Cowboys probably serve him well against the Texans if he's called upon in a significant way again. We're going to shift our attention to college football. So many things going on. Big-name coaches getting fired. What in the world's going on in Boulder? That's next on Denver Sports Tonight.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey, Dan, that spaceship-wide lunch meeting at noon, please say it's not more astronaut ice cream and powdered orange drink.
Negatory. Ground Control hooked us up with EasyCater, so now we can order from a galaxy of restaurants with tools to stay on budget and meet our dietary needs.
Thank heavens. My dairy tolerance and anti-gravity is not great.
And with EasyCater, it's all on one simple platform, so we can focus on space stuff, like that asteroid. So how about tacos? Hold the cheese.
EasyCater, a stellar way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
How good does it feel to let go of 82 pounds in just 16 weeks? And I feel free. Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results.
In 16 weeks, I lost 82 pounds because I had learned how to eat smarter. And that's what soda does. They don't just help you lose weight fast, they help you keep it off with habits that last a lifetime.
No hunger, no shots, no guesswork.
You probably saved my life. I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight. I went on soda, and now I'm healthy, and I just got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real support to help you let go of the weight for good. And now it's easier than ever. Join Soda Weight Loss now, and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law on 303 Law 4040. Just got a great result for a client. Sam had another attorney who couldn't get her more than $20,000, so we took over the case and just settled it for $85,000. Another client, Travis, is like a lot of people. He likes doing business with a handshake in his word, not looking to sue anyone, but when the insurance company was playing hardball and refusing to even pay his medical bills, he called 303 Law 4040 and said, Dan, I hate to bug you, but they just aren't being fair. We took over the case, told the insurance company we would see them at trial, and they immediately more than quadrupled their offer, which was just fine in Travis's book. The insurance companies don't play fair. They aren't going to do the right thing out of the goodness of their hearts, so you don't ever have to feel guilty when calling 303 Law 4040. If you've been injured, we'll make them pay what's fair. And as always, you always talk directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with Todd Whalen from Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd, the government is shut down. The IRS is shut down. But what does that mean for folks who are dealing with the IRS?
Yeah, Mike, it's big news. The IRS has been laying off people again. So my advice right now really would be to take care of the problem while nobody's looking, especially if you have unfiled tax returns. It's better to just kind of slip them in right now when nobody's looking. A lot less scrutiny. And so now's the time to get in and, save yourself the stress. The slower they move, the better job we can do and the better outcome you're going to have. But if they're hot and heavy on your back, that's not the time to take care of a tax problem. So for your own peace of mind and sanity, if you have unfiled tax returns, give us a call today.
There he is, Todd Whalen, with over 30 years of experience helping people with their IRS issues. Please take advantage of what he can do for you. Call Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Reaction Monday, powered by Silter Har Motors. Here's Denver Sports Tonight.
Mike and Dante on a Monday, Denver Sports Tonight. Thanks for being with us. Dante, I try to reserve the word embarrassing for extreme instances. The way the Broncos played for the first 3 quarters against the Giants was embarrassing. The way the Buffs played on Saturday night in Salt Lake City against the Utes. I just don't have another word for it. To say I was frustrated, disappointed, shocked. I was embarrassed for the program. And I don't have a tie directly to the program other than I want to see the Buffs do well. I want to see CSU do well. I want to see the area teams do well. Air Force, Wyoming, all of that. But, I fell asleep at halftime. And when I woke up the next morning, the first question I could think of was, wait, did the Buffs even score? It wasn't, did they make a game of it? Did they even come remotely close? It wasn't that, because I knew they hadn't. In my gut, I just knew it. It was like, did they even score? Utah could have put 77 on the Buffs that night. They really could have. And it was painful to see. It was. Where do the Buffs go from here? How do you try and reel in that locker room after that?
I think you have to pitch it as, you lose by 1 or you lose by 50, and it's the same result. It's just a loss. I get that it feels a lot worse, and
but it is a lot worse, isn't it? You as a coach, you can't say that to the players. I get it, but it is a lot worse to me.
Yeah, no, obviously, it is embarrassing, and if there's a word that's further than embarrassing, it's that too.
Yeah.
I was trying to put a positive spin on it in terms of where do you go. I'm talking about where do you go from here if you're in that building. You got to spin it as, hey, each loss counts the same. It's still just one loss in the record book. So, there's some winnable games for the Buffs going forward here, and it's about just trying to end the season on as much of a high note as possible. Obviously, there's not real expectations or I think bowl game at this point feels off the table as well. It'd have to be a dramatic turnaround for that to happen. So it's about going out there, playing with pride, and building on something for the following year. And I know it's college sports, and the retention rate isn't quite as high as what it used to be, but I think there's still something you can build off in from this year till next year.
4 games left. Arizona this weekend, I think, is a game, all things being equal, I would put in the winnable category for the Buffs. You can't guarantee anything at this point with the way CU has played. Then at West Virginia, home to ASU, and then at K-State. I think it's not the easiest of schedules down the stretch, but I don't know if any road game is imminently winnable. If there is one for the Buffs, West Virginia could be a candidate for that. I think, though, obviously you got to start with Arizona. I sure like to see the Buffs turn it around and feel embarrassed and play like they were embarrassed last week when the Wildcats come to town on Saturday night.
Yeah, absolutely. Arizona 1-3 in the conference, so it's not like they're gangbusters either. So I think that's a very winnable game. You talked about West Virginia 0-5 in the conference, so that's very winnable as far as this season goes. So you got to take advantage of what you have left, and like I said, there's no real expectations of anything great to happen this season, but you still have to go out there and play your best. And I know Dion said that at halftime. It's like, hey, if you want to play with some pride and some integrity, go out there in the second half and prove something here that we're not dead quite yet. So
no, let's hope. Man, there are gonna be some big programs looking for football coaches next. There already are.
Yeah, three top jobs in the country: LSU, Penn State, and Florida. So that'll be fun, and seeing where they pluck these guys from. That only adds one more coaching vacancy from wherever that coach comes from. So that'll be real fun.
$53 million buyout for Brian Kelly.
They were just looking for any excuse to get rid of that guy. They didn't like him. It wasn't a good fit. I don't know why they hired him in general. I shared the stat on the drive, but you have to go back to the 90s to find a coach that hasn't won a national championship at LSU until Brian Kelly.
Even Ed Orgeron won one.
Ed O won one. Les Miles won one, and Les Miles has not been a good coach anywhere else he's been, since LSU at least.
Yeah.
Nick Saban went on to have a fantastic career, but he won one there. So if you go to LSU, the expectation's national title, and I get why. That's a good school for it. To me, that's one of the top jobs, probably top 4 or 5 job in the country.
Gonna be fun. The carousel is already heating up. Dante, thanks. Have a great week.
You as well.
For Dante, I'm Mike. Thanks for joining us on Denver Sports tonight, right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Broncos followed up their magical finish last week with a dominating win over the Cowboys. Have Sean Payton and Bo Nix finally shown what Denver's offense is truly capable of? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Halloween's here. Costumes, candy, and maybe a few scares. But nothing scarier than being ghosted by your insurance company after an accident. At Postman Law, we've delivered over $3 billion to our clients, and we make it simple. Speed, ease, results. With free case evaluations and no fee unless we win, you're never left in the dark. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Brendan Stokely here from my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
You have personal and private wishes. You've revealed that, quite simply, you want peace in your life. My name is Glenn Jameron. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. A very wise old man told us how to bring peace into your life. First, fill yourself with caring, for yourself, for others. Second, do no harm, to yourself, to others. And third, tame your mind, which means stop speculating about what might happen someday. The peace you seek comes from living in the present. It starts in your own home, your own life. You're committed to peace. I realize that Alpine Bank visits with you on a very personal level. I realize that can feel somewhat startling, but it's what friends do. It's a commitment. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Los Angeles, it's Game 3 of the World Series. Dodgers on the board first. Teoscar Hernandez, a solo home run off Max Scherzer. LA leading Toronto 1-0 bottom third. Monday Night Football on ABC and ESPN. Commanders and Chiefs still scoreless in the second quarter. Kansas City's Patrick Mahomes has 2 interceptions on the night. With his Browns at 2-6, Coach Kevin Stefanski says he'll be looking at everything with the team entering the bye week, but no change at quarterback. Rookie Dillon will remain the starter. At some point, though, Cleveland needs to see what it has in fellow rookie QB Shedeur Sanders, advises Freddie and Harry co-host Harry Douglas.
I don't care if it's 4 games before the season's over, 5 games before the season's over, if you want to do it this week. But at some point, it will be a travesty if you go through this entire season and you do not give Shedeur Sanders a 4 or 5 game sample size to be able to showcase what he can do for your football team before you get to the 2026 NFL Draft, in which they have 2 first-round draft picks.
Broncos cornerback Patrick Surtain II expected to miss multiple games with a left pectoral strain. Injured reserve is a possibility. Bills standout defensive tackle Ed Oliver out indefinitely with a torn biceps. Vikings quarterback Carson Wentz will undergo season-ending surgery on his left shoulder. J.J. McCarthy expected to return as Minnesota's starter as soon as this Sunday versus Detroit. In the NBA, 22 points for Donovan Mitchell. Cavaliers leading the Pistons 78-53 third quarter. Pablo Banchero, 24 points, 3 blocks. Magic trail the Sixers 92-87 in the third quarter.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up Tuesday, ESPN's Buster Olney joins me in studio to talk World Series, plus a Monday Night Football breakdown and Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. That's on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+.